very humbly remind you to make sure your mobile is only allowed to vibrate and not talk to you for a few hours from now. Also to let you know, each time that we have a group photograph or we have the recipient of the recognition, we'll request you all to kindly ascend the stage from my left, that is the dais left. Kindly come up on the dais from this side and kindly descend from the other end, just to maintain it a smooth and rhythmic format. So with that, allow me some more minutes to welcome you back with all zeal and energy. Thank you very much. As I welcome all our esteemed guests and delegates, may I please request all those who are entering the auditorium now to kindly take their seats. May I once again draw your attention, please? Just requesting all those who are still standing to kindly take their seats. Each time we have a launch, we'll request the team to kindly come up on the dais. And whenever any team comes up for a group photograph or the recipients of the recognitions, we'll request you all to please ascend the stage from this side, that is the left, and to kindly descend from the right. After we have the launches, we'll have the recognition followed by the special address and the keynote address. And after the vote of thanks, we'll have the national anthem. We'll request you all to kindly be quick to make sure that we raise and we fill this auditorium with the most beautiful melody. Join us along when we shall sing the national anthem all together, which is placed right after the vote of thanks. And post that, we'll have the inauguration of the exhibition by the Honorable Minister of State. So until then, if we have anybody who's expecting to win a recognition this morning amidst us, we will request only those faces to hold a brighter smile, only those faces which are hoping and expecting that their work shall today be conferred with a recognition. All right, I think we have not made the entry open yet, as the last time, I think, yeah? We've got nobody who's expecting to be recognized for their work, is it, ladies and gentlemen? Can I request you all to make yourselves look like you're in the right place and in the right space, because we are absolutely honored to have each and everybody here with us this morning, making this morning all the more meaningful. And any moment now, we shall be joined by the distinguished dignitaries. and quickly drawing the attention of those who are yet to find a seat for themselves. We have live streaming also happening in the conference hall, and the ushers around will be more than happy to help you find a seat there. So please make sure that while we welcome you heartily, we also are able to get you a seat. So requesting all those who are standing to kindly fill in. We do see some seats around. And otherwise, the conference hall also waits to welcome you. DDG Admin, Indian Council of Medical Research. Thank you very much. Requesting you all to please take your seats. Distinguished gathering of dignitaries, eminent guests, acclaimed intellectuals, scientists, researchers, academicians hailing from the health and the research ecosystem. I am indeed overwhelmed to extend a very warm and hearty welcome to each and everybody present here on behalf of the Department of Health Research and the Indian Council of Medical Research to this much awaited, the second edition of the Health Research Excellence Summit 2025 that commemorates ICMR's 114th Foundation Day. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm reminded of this timeless expression. हार नहीं मानूंगा, वार नहीं ठानूंगा, हार नहीं मानूंगा, वार नहीं ठानूंगा, काल के कपाल पर लिखता मिटाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ, गीत नया गाता हूँ. And that perhaps exemplifies and embodies the spirit of the Indian Council of Medical Research. ICMR's journey is indeed a saga of remarkable service to humanity and to our nation, a saga of relentlessly nourishing, nurturing, and advancing the frontiers of medical science and health research in our nation, a saga of upholding trust and hope in even the most vulnerable of times of public health emergencies. Celebrating this incredible journey, celebrating you, today we gather to reflect upon and recognize the stellar contributions, the stellar innovations in the domain of public health research, to drive innovations, catalyze collaboration, to result into an even stronger public health ecosystem in India, in the presence of the most acclaimed visionary leaders. So with that, to mark the inaugural of this seminal summit, may I please request the esteemed Minister of State, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as we now welcome Smt Anupriya Patel and the distinguished members on the dais to kindly mark, open and inaugurate this session by lighting the ceremonial lamp.
कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते दीपज्योतिर्नमोऽस्तुते शुभं कुरु त्वं कल्याणं आरोग्यं धनसम्पदः
Shubham karoti kalyanam arogyam dhanasampada shatrubuddhi vinashaya deep jyotir namostute, deep jyotir namostute. And as we bow down and take the blessings of the Supreme, time now to very warmly welcome this August gathering. And may I please request the leadership, may I please request you, Smt Anupriya, the Joint Secretary, Department of Health Research, to kindly make the welcome address.
A very good morning to you all. Honorable MOS Ma'am, Madam Anupriya Patel ji, respected Professor Vinod Paul, sir, Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Rajiv Bahel, Secretary, Department of Health Research and DHR-ICMR, Dr. Srinivas, Director AIMS, Ms. Manisha Saxena, Senior DDG ICMR, Joint Secretary DHR, Richa Ma'am, the additional DGs, Dr. Alka, Dr. Sangamitra, Directors of ICMR institutes, heads, esteemed participants and invitees. A very warm welcome to you all to this Health Research Excellence Summit 2025. I extend a special welcome to our Honorable Minister of State for Health, Smt Anupriya Patel ji, for gracing this occasion and encouraging us with her presence. I also warmly welcome Professor Vinod Paul sir, who has been a mentor and guide and has led us through major flagship schemes and programs of ICMR. I welcome Dr. Rajiv Bahel, Secretary, Department of Health Research and DG ICMR, for his visionary leadership that continues to steer India's health research ecosystem. A very warm welcome to all our research partners and representatives from academia, industry, and government. In the recent years, as you would have witnessed, ICMR has been taking steady strides to solve national health priorities and achieve self-reliance in health technologies. This is evident by major reforms in research grants, support to innovators mainly through Medtech Mitra and Patent Mitra, amongst others. Also, the integration of evidence generated and technologies developed into implementation and programs has been achieved through the Center for Guidelines and Health Technology Assessment in India. Today, this summit reflects our joint commitment under DHR and ICMR to recognize and encourage excellence in research, innovation, and scientific management. The recognitions being conferred today across research, innovation, institutional, and research management categories honor not just individual achievements, but collective dedication to advancing India's health priorities. This recognition platform, which is for the second time now, reaffirms our belief that excellence is the foundation of impactful science. Once again, I welcome you all for being a part of this celebration of scientific excellence and collective progress. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, when last time Sir brought to us these words of wisdom, they stayed with me. And I thought this time when I invite him, I could throw light on the same words. Science without purpose is a sin. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the leadership guiding us all. Dr. Rajiv Bahel, Secretary DHR, DG, ICMR. Sir, we have so much fondness, but seems you aren't allowing us.
Honorable Minister of State, Smt Anupriya Patel ji, respected Member Niti Aayog, Dr. Vinod Paul, my colleagues on the dais, Anu Nagar ji, Manisha Saxena ji, Director AIMS, Dr. Srinivas, all the other senior colleagues in DHR, ICMR and many other institutions, it gives me great pleasure to add my welcome to all of you on this 114th Foundation Day, which also is the second Research Excellence Summit that we are celebrating today. And we are absolutely delighted that, ma'am, you were here last time and you are here again today. We would like to give you a great round of applause. Loudly, please. Thank you. It really increases everybody's morale and everybody's commitment and makes people strive for greater purpose when the government of India puts its weights behind, and I'm sure having you here adds to that. We in ICMR and DHR, our focus is as clear as anything, as light of the day, which is to make India a global leader in health research. This is the wisdom coming from Dr. Paul and his committee which did our performance evaluation and has set that bar for us, that the Indian Council of Medical Research and the Department of Health Research brings India out as a global leader and becomes one of the best institutions globally for supporting health research. We are committed to working with all the health research institutions across the country. This is evident from how we have increased our extramural program in addition to our intramural program. We would continue to support high quality research that informs policy, guides programs, and delivers real world solutions for health and well-being of every citizen of this great country. True to the spirit of innovation, which must be within our DNA, and it is, we have also reimagined how we identify and recognize research excellence this year. Up to last year, like many other awards, this was based on self-applications and nominations. But this year, we have changed it and revamped the entire selection process, where we are not using application and nomination. We are not seeking people who are seeking an award, but we are finding people who should be awarded through our own electronic project management system, which we have revamped to not just have the results of or the report of the project, but on not only the publications from the project, but what is the impact of that on society, on programs. So we've asked every innovator, every scientist who gets a ICMR grant to come to that portal and say, what have you done or what have you produced? What are the outcomes of that research? Is there a paper? Good. Is there a patent? Is there a technology that was developed? If there is a publication, what's this publications used in any clinical guideline or public health guideline? Was it used for anything that changed a program or clinical care in our hospitals? If it did, they would report it on that and then we verify. And this is not for only awardees. This is for each project that ICMR is funding, we have asked for that. So we've used the same, and we have used this scale that we have come up with, which is ICMR Impact of Research and Innovation Scale, or ICMR IRIS in short, which we take all these things into account, and we have taken that to find the best institutions who have contributed to research in India, and to which means that they have also contributed to the healthcare of India. Going forward, we think this approach will remain central to our recognition process. We believe that all research projects should go beyond reports and publications and demonstrate tangible effect on real world care. I don't expect every project to do that, but I expect at least 10% of projects to have real change in program. We will recognize the publications, we will recognize the patent, we will recognize everything else, but the true reason to do research is not self-glory. It is, the glory is in making sure that the people of this country and beyond are benefited. So, in case you wrote something well, in case you have a project that did very well and you did not get an award, it possibly could be because you did not report it on the ICMR project management system. So this should be an encouragement to everybody that every single project, every single person should report it, because not only it's the question of award, the future grants will also depend upon, if we do not see you reporting your impact or outcomes of research, then it will be counted against you when you apply for any further grants. Finally, my plea to all scientists and innovators, let us make India proud and use research and innovation to improve the health of citizens of our beloved country. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, ICMR DHR collaboration has undertaken significant initiatives designed to bolster ICMR's contribution to healthcare initiatives in innovation. And time now to strengthen the healthcare ecosystem by unveiling some of the seminal launches and releases. And with the permission of the Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, with your permission, Honorable Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare, may we please bring to you some of the seminal launches and a brief about them lined up for the day. Thank you. First in this segment is the launch of MedTech Mitra In Vitro Diagnostics Innovators Handbook, developed under the aegis of MedTech Mitra, a joint initiative of NITI Aayog, CDSCO and ICMR. This handbook serves as a comprehensive step-by-step guide to support innovators in developing robust, high-quality IVD products through a structured and quality-focused approach. May I please request the Honorable Minister of State, Smt Anupriya Patel, to kindly do the honors of releasing the MedTech Mitra In Vitro Diagnostics Innovators Handbook. And ladies and gentlemen, you may applaud this seminal launch and the team behind it. Going forward, we'll just request the team to kindly give us a moment to throw light on what the launch is about, requesting first the Honorable Minister of State to do the honors of releasing, and thereafter kindly come up on the stage for a group photograph. Thank you. Next, we have the launch of technology transfer of ICMR's innovations, facilitated through ICMR Medical Innovations Patent Mitra. Today, we celebrate the licensing of 11 breakthrough ICMR technologies to 3 visionary industry partners through 14 formal agreements in the august presence of the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Smt Anupriya Patel. The technologies include RT lamp assays for detection of Nipah virus, Mpox and SARS-CoV-2, anti-measles IgM ELISA, anti-KFD human IgM ELISA, Japanese encephalitis, antigen captor ELISA, single tube multiplex RT-PCR assays for SARS-CoV-2, influenza, A and B, and so much more. Dengue, chikungunya, Zika, all developed by ICMR and IV, and CRISPR-based kits for for detection of TB and TB-derived CCF DNA for early TB diagnosis developed by ICMR and IRT. Ladies and gentlemen, these technologies are being transferred to J. Mitra and Company Private Limited, Merrill Diagnostics Private Limited, and Extramural Genomics Private Limited. Thank you. Next in the series, we have the Assistive Technologies Guidelines and Kit, a step towards strengthening inclusive healthcare. This includes an assessment kit for evaluation of upper limb function developed by CARE DAT at IIT Delhi and AIIMS Delhi, a standardized clinical tool for physiotherapists and occupational therapists to assess arm and hand function in individuals with neurological conditions such as stroke, brain injury, or spinal cord injury. The standards for the National List of Essential Assistive Products developed jointly by ICMR and the Bureau of Indian Standards, providing national level quality benchmarks aligned with the global standards to ensure consistent performance of assistive technologies in India. And requesting you now to please add in some applauses and cheer to mark the launch of this seminal work. And next, we have ICMR's clinical workflow for community health officers, a launch of an initiative in implementation research to operationalize comprehensive primary health care at Ayushman Arogya Mandirs. This aims to empower community health officers with clear, locally contextual clinical and referral protocols for common and serious conditions, supporting equitable healthcare delivery and strengthening the PMJ arm of Ayushman Bharat. Ladies and gentlemen, it is under the Ayushman Bharat scheme that about 1.5 lakh community health officers have been recruited in teams at Sub-Center Ayushman Arogya Mandirs to work towards the universal health care. The CHOs are responsible for comprehensive primary health care through the 12 expanded range of services to the community. And right when I'm ready to now call the exemplary team behind such an impressive launch, I thank all the team members with us on the dais. And that, ladies and gentlemen, marks the launch of ICMR's clinical workflow for community health officer. And as the richness of yet another launch unfurls, as we embrace the distinguished leaders and their invaluable comments on it, next we have So ladies and gentlemen, we now unveil the revamped and improved standard treatment workflows of India website and mobile app. The new platform offers clinicians quick and easy access to evidence-based workflows, promoting informed, standardized and high-quality patient care across our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, marking the launch of the standard treatment workflows of India website and mobile app, and the team behind. And the final launch, ladies and gentlemen, yes sir, we've got all of these professionals tirelessly putting in to make this day all the more epoch-making. And we are pleased to announce the ICMR Pensioners Portal launch, a dedicated one-stop platform for ICMR pensioners. The portal provides seamless access to pension-related services, grievance redressal, medical claim management, and the online life certificate submission through Jeevan Praman. As the Honorable Minister of State does the honors of releasing this yet another instrumental launch, we have the team behind with us on the dais, congratulating all the exemplary performers who've toiled in to make all these seminal launches see the light of the day. Awards, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Our earnest sense of gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State, Smt Anupriya Patel, for adding so much meaning to each and every launch by her gracious presence amidst us. We thank all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais for doing the honors. And that, ladies and gentlemen, brings us to the much awaited segment of the day, the DHR-ICMR Health Research Excellence Recognitions 2025. Just let me check, are we ready for this or are we already tired with working over the launches? Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen? Doesn't sound like. All right, so in a galaxy full of stars, time now to felicitate and recognize those who shone the brightest. Once again, may I please request you, Honorable Minister of State, Madam Anupriya Patel, to kindly step forward and do the honors, this time to award and recognize the exemplary work by our recognitions for 2025. We now felicitate the recipients of the various recognitions. We begin conferring the Research Excellence Recognition 2025 for extraordinary publications. These publications have been screened and selected on the basis of high impact factor, citation value, translational value, and the societal impact of work primarily conducted by ICMR and ICMR-funded institutions for the publication, Public Health Clinical Intramural category. The nominations are on the screen. And the silver honor goes to Water Sanitation and Hygiene among Transgender Population Living in Urban Informal Settlements, a qualitative study in Orissa, India. Published in the International Journal of Transgender Health, impact factor 14.8. The honor will be received by Krusha Chandra Sahu from ICMR Regional Medical Research Center, Bhubaneswar, ladies and gentlemen. And requesting Dr. Sanghamitra Pati to please join in. Next in the category is the Gold Honor. And the Gold Honor is presented to estimates of the burden of human rabies deaths and animal bites in India, 22-23, a community-based cross-sectional survey and probability decision tree modeling study. Published in Lancet Infectious Disease, impact factor of 31. This will be received by Jeremy Wesley from ICMR National Institute of Epidemiology. Ladies and gentlemen, a gold honor. Many, many congratulations. For the publication, Intramural category, may we have the nominees on the screen, please? And the silver honor goes to Sexual Dimorphism in Neurobehavioral Phenotype and Gut Microbial Composition upon long-term exposure to structural analogues of bisphenol A. Published in the Journal of Hazardous Materials, impact factor 11.3, being received by Dhirendra Pratap Singh from ICMR National Institute of Occupational Health. All right, we have in absentia, but the lead author is present amidst us, and we do not let go of this responsibility of ours to congratulate him with a resounding round of applause for this silver honor being accorded. All right, so next in the category is supposed to be a gold honor. And do we think somebody would have bagged this recognition? Do we? A gold honor in publication basic research intramural category. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not expecting a nomination in the gold category, is it? Can I hear from you? Well, the worthy recipient is inflammatory cytokine responses in pediatric tuberculosis, with or without SARS-CoV-2 seropositivity, published in the Journal of Infection, impact factor 11.9, to be received by Dr. Nathela Bhavan Kumar from ICMR National Institute of Research in Tuberculosis. And only if the interest stays, we now move on to publication, Public Health, Clinical, Extramural category. Would you like to see the nominations on the screen? Couldn't hear that? All right. And here, the silver honor goes to a randomized, controlled, non-inferiority trial to compare the efficacy of HPV screen, triage and treat with HPV screen and treat approach for cervical cancer prevention among women living with HIV. Ladies and gentlemen, published in Nature Communications, impact factor 15.7, being received by Smita Joshi from Prayas Amrita Clinic, a recognition of silver. And making the hopes soar high, we have yet another recipient of the silver prize, and this goes to coconut water induces clinical remission in mild to moderative ulcerative colitis, double-blind placebo-controlled trial published in Clinical Gastroenterology and Hepatology, impact factor 12, being received by Vineet Ahuja and team from AIMS Delhi. Ladies and gentlemen, and time now for gold honor in this category. And the honor is being conferred to recompensation of chronic hepatitis C-related decompensated cirrhosis following direct acting antiviral therapy, prospective cohort study from hepatitis C virus elimination program, published in the Gastroenterology, impact factor 25.1, the honor being received by Madhumita Prem Kumar from Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, marching ahead, we now have publication, basic research, extramural. And may we have the nominations on the screen, please? Silver honor is being presented to, ladies and gentlemen, let it be a soaring one, CD40 agonist engineered immunosomes modulated tumor microenvironment ensured pro-immunogenic response, reduced toxicity and tumor-free survival in mice bearing glioblastoma, published in Biomaterials, impact factor 12.9, being received by Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya from nowhere else but IIT Delhi and AIMS. Sir wants you to make this a continued one till he makes his way up on the dais as we applaud the brilliant work and recognize with a silver honor. Up next, we have gold honor for publication Basic Research Extramural. And the recipient is the paper Plant Flexible Engineered FNCAS 9 variants for robust and ultra-precise genome editing and diagnostics, published in Nature Communications, impact factor 15.7, being received by Debajyoti Chakrabarti from CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. Shall we keep it going? Will you be able to take so many applauses for yourself? All right, so next is the second category of recognition, and this is the Innovation Excellence Recognition. Here we celebrate groundbreaking technologies that have been carefully screened and selected for their advancement and readiness for the real-world impact. The honors in this category are presented to innovations that are in the later stages of development and patents that have already been granted, a true recognition of ingenuity and progress. So, for the technology intramural category, the nominations are up on the screen and the silver honor is being bagged by multiplex 2-tube real-time RT-PCR assay for detection of enteric viruses. The recognition to be received by Dr. Santos Abuj Das from ICMR National Institute for Research in Bacterial Infections. And no recipient is permitted to come without a smile, may I remind them? We have Madam Mamta Chawla being conferred with this silver recognition. That sounds like a recognition being conferred now. And ladies and gentlemen, now is the gold honor for technology intramural category. And the recognition goes to point of care test for the qualitative diagnosis of glucose 6-phosphate dehydrogenase deficiency, to be received by Dr. Manisha Makkarkar from the National Institute of Immunohematology. Amidst an echoing round of applause, requesting Madam to please come up on the dais and receive this recognition. All right, and how's the Josh to know the nominations for the technology extramural category? Would we want that to be conferred with a silver honor too? Well, the silver honor goes to hemoglobin analyzer, and this honor is being received by Nikunj Malpani from IIT Bombay. Ladies and gentlemen, a silver in the technology extramural category. And where is the recipient? Do we have anybody else from the team, IIT Bombay, to kindly receive this recognition? I think it was just the greed to let you guys keep extending echoing and a louder round of applause until he could have made his way till the dais. And well, from IIT Bombay, time now for us to traverse to another IIT for another silver honor. Ladies and gentlemen, any guesses? This is IIT? Okay, the last one. This is IIT? Well, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Well, this is HemoCure hemoglobin test kit being received by Dr. Sambit Ghosh from IIT Kharagpur, ladies and gentlemen. what makes this even more interesting? Well, it is that the gold honor also goes to the same team in this category for their RT-PCR MTB detection kit to be received once again by Dr. Sambit Ghosh, Rohit Bajaj from IIT Kharagpur. And we are now transcending for the patent intramural category. And may we have the nominations on the screen, please? And the silver honor in this category goes to a device for developing germ-free motobiotic mosquitoes to be received by Dr. A. Muniraj from ICMR Vector Control Research Center Field Unit, ladies and gentlemen. In recognition, a silver honor in the patent intramural category. Sir, you lost your smile on way, sir. And one more recipient of the silver recognition in the same category, and it goes to herbal formulation for the treatment of menopausal syndrome to be received by Dr. Vandana Singh from ICMR National Institute of Nutrition. That, ladies and gentlemen, is ICMR National Institute of Nutrition being felicitated with silver recognition. And please join me in now inviting the recipient of the gold honor being presented to diagnostic device and method for differentiating asthma COPD overlap syndrome from asthma and COPD, being received by Dr. Gyanendra Singh from ICMR NIOH. And we like that energy. Next, ladies and gentlemen, is patent extramural category, and the nominations are on the screen. And being conferred with a silver honor is quantitative sensory testing system thereof, being received by the team CBIOD PO. Do we have the team? Reps amongst us, requesting you to please come forward and receive this silver honor. And buckle up now for the gold honor being presented to High Precision Surgical Robotic Platform for cooperative and teleoperated minimal invasion surgeries being received by Dr. Prasanna Gandhi from IIT Bombay. Ladies and gentlemen, talent wins games, but teamwork and intelligence wins championships. With these words of Michael Jordan, moving now to the third set of recognitions, the institutional excellence recognition. And institutions, are we ready for it? So we really need to take a break, maybe an energizing one to recharge everybody in the audience. All right, seems no. So as you may be aware of, ICMR has introduced a new metric to assess research impact known as the publication equivalent or the PE. Under this category, we are honoring both ICMR and external institutions that have achieved high PE scores. These scores are calculated using a range of indicators, including scientific impact, clinical care impact, public health impact, as well as patent health technologies developed and those successfully commercialized. So for the ICMR Institute overall PE category, the nominations on the screen and the recipient of the silver honor. Well, what institute is this? This is the National Institute of Research in Tuberculosis, Chennai! Being conferred with a silver honor on behalf of the institute, we are being joined by the director, Dr. Srinath Satyanarayan, to receive this silver honor. And we have yet another institute that is being recognized with a silver honor, and it is being presented to ICMR, National Institute of Epidemiology, Chennai. The director of the institute, Dr. Manoj Vasan Murhekar, will receive this silver honor. Okay, and with the energy that I am now drawing from the audience, I am also going to buckle up. Are we ready for this? Are we? And ladies and gentlemen, up next we have the gold honor. And the institution this recognition goes to is ICMR National Institute of Virology, Pune. The director of the institute, Dr. Naveen Kumar, to receive this honor. And we request you to be quick or we keep this shining golden beauty with us. Alright, this time the faster you join us, the brighter the smiles. Alright, we'll make sure that it's even louder and a thunderous one. I'll take a moment to bring to you the next category, which is the ICMR Institute PE per Scientist Year or the PE per Crore category. which recognizes institutions based on their PE scores, calculated in relation to the number of scientist years and the amount of funding awarded. Nominees on the screen, please. And calling upon now for the silver recognition, ICMR National Institute of Traditional Medicine, Belgavi. The honor to be received by Director Dr. Subarna Roy, being conferred with a silver. And to keep your hopes high, we have one more silver recognition in this category. Up now, the next silver honor recipient, the National Center for Diseases Informatics and Research, Bengaluru. We have the Director, Dr. Prashant Mathur Amistas, to receive this honor. And the final one, the gold to follow. Where do you think, which part of India are we now going to traverse through? All right, that was a good one. And ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the director, Dr. Manisha Matkaikar, is ready to now receive the gold honor that is being conferred upon ICMR National Institute of Immunohematology, Mumbai. Up next for the Extramural Institute Overall PE category, we recognize institutes of national importance who've demonstrated very high PE. Ladies and gentlemen, nominations now flashing up on the screen, and the silver honor being conferred to Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh, being received by Professor Vivek Lal and Professor Sanjay Jain. This still is recognition of good work. We've not changed the category. Just a gentle reminder. And up next, the gold honor goes to All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, ladies and gentlemen. Professor Dr. M. Srinivas and Dr. Nikhil Tandon joining us to receive their gold recognition. And may I please use this time to unveil to you the next category, which is the Extramural Institute Emerging Grantee category. We felicitate here the institutions that, while not designated as institutes of national importance, have demonstrated a strong and impactful research record contributing significant societal value. And while the silver honor recipient is in absentia, I would like you all to know that it is being conferred upon St. John's Medical College, Bengaluru. And inviting now for the gold honor, Christian Medical College, Vellore. And may we have Principal Dr. Solomon Satish Kumar amidst us to please receive this gold honor. just to regain the energy, let me bring to you the next, the last, but not the least. We recognize and felicitate this time the recipient of ICMR Research Management Excellence Recognition. The honor acknowledges the immense effort that takes place behind the scenes to make scientific works possible, celebrating teams, divisions, and individuals who facilitate, coordinate, and enable research to thrive. In the reviewer for project selection category, the nominees on the screen and the silver honor being conferred upon Dr. Saibal Das from ICMR National Institute for Research in Bacterial Infections. And if this is in absentia, I now march on to the gold honor being presented to Dr. Suman Kanungo from ICMR Regional Medical Research Center, Northeast. Ladies and gentlemen, a gold in the reviewer for project selection category. Reviewer for project selection non-ICMR category. Recipients to be ready up next. The nominations for the next category on screen. And the silver honor is being presented to Professor Subrata Sinha from AIIMS, New Delhi, in the reviewer for project selection non-ICMR category. All right, do we energize it once again? Thank you. And I need to draw your attention so that you do not miss me calling out your name. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. The recipient seems yet to not acknowledge that the category is up there. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the gold honor in the reviewer for project selection non-ICMR category goes to Dr. Vishwajit Kumar from Community Empowerment Lab. And next is the reviewer for the IJMR category. And the screens to flash the nominations. Now, the silver honor in this category goes to Dr. Anand Krishnan from the Center for Community Medicine, AIIMS, New Delhi, for the reviewer for IJMR category. In absentia, is it? And the recipient for the gold honor to be ready up next as we invite Dr. Vijaya Prasad Gopi Chandran from ESIC Medical College and PGIMSR, Chennai. This is gold being conferred upon ESIC Medical College and PGIMSR Chennai, which I learn is in absentia. So now marching on to the reviewer for IJMR statistics category, the nominations on the screen, and inviting now the recipient of the silver honor, Dr. R.M. Pandey. And are you ready? Dr. Dashrath Basannar from the Department of Community Medicine, Armed Force Medical College, Pune, to now being conferred, to now receive their gold honor. Ladies and gentlemen, for the reviewer of IJMR category gold, Dr. Dashrath from the Department of Community Medicine, Armed Force Medical College, Pune. And now, the final 4 categories, the winners were selected for this through a voting process. Are you all set to know who they are? Well, for the category of scientific division, the nominees up there on the screen. And the silver honor goes to communicable disease at ICMR headquarters. No further recipient is allowed to get stuck in the traffic. Requesting the recipient of the gold honor in the category scientific division to be ready. And it is the development research at ICMR headquarters. All right, the pathway to be clear, set clear. The gold honor recipients to quickly bring their smiling and energized faces up here on the dais. Scientific support unit, kindly be ready for adding smile and cheer to your faces next. So moving now for the category Scientific Support Unit, the nominees up on the screen. And the silver recognition goes to Innovation and Translation Research Unit at ICMR headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, a silver for Scientific Support Unit category. ICMR headquarters, where are you? This is the silver recognition being conferred upon Innovation and Translation Research Unit at ICMR headquarters for Scientific Support Unit category. All right, the gold honor recipient. Are you ready to hear your name? Are you? Well, the gold honor recipient is Policy and Communication Unit at ICMR headquarters. Requesting you all to please join in their moment of happiness. And the admonition category to be ready up next. All right, so the silver honor in the administration category goes to Mr. Dinesh Soni and team, the ICMR headquarters. It is, ladies and gentlemen. Do we have the recipient amidst us? Well, we do have a second silver honor recipient in the same category. So pin your hopes to hear your name. Up next, I shall be inviting Dr. D.D. Salonke and team, ICMR National Institute of Immunohematology.
The administration category gold honor awaits us next. Mr. Safal Chetri and team, ICMR headquarter, are you ready to now be invited to receive gold honor for the administration category? Well, ladies and gentlemen, money matters, and up next is the finance category. Having shortly flashing on the screen the nominations, and the silver award in the category finance goes to National Institute of Traditional Medicine and National Center for Diseases Informatics and Research. We are being joined by the director and the team. All right. Please hear me out loud as I now invite the recipient of the gold honor. It is Mr. Kumar Gautam and team, ICMR headquarters, the National Institute of One Health, Rajendra Memorial Research Institute of Medical Sciences, and the National Institute of Child Health and Development Research, coming up next on the dais to be conferred with a gold recognition. And with this photo op, ladies and gentlemen, as we culminate our segment of recognition for health research excellence, I extend my sincere sense of gratitude to the Honorable Minister of State, Smt Anupriya Patel, and the distinguished dignitaries for doing the honors. Well, summing up this segment with these words that success is not final and failure is not fatal. It is courage to continue that counts. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to hear a voice of refined intellect. Ladies and gentlemen, who other than the Lighthouse, the name who's been intertwined with the Indian public health and policy landscape. It is my proud privilege to now invite, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. V.K. Paul, Honorable Member Niti Aayog, to please address this august house.
Namaskar. Honorable Smt Anupriya Patel ji, Minister of State for Health and Family Welfare and for Chemicals and Fertilizers. It's an honor to be here, ma'am, with you on the dais. Respected Dr. Rajiv Bahal, DG-ICMR Secretary DHR, Madam Manisha ji, Anu Nagar ji, distinguished leadership of the Indian Council of Medical Research, and indeed, very dear ICMR family, distinguished scientists, leaders of the institutions represented here, and friends. It's a very heartwarming occasion, and first and foremost, congratulations to the entire ICMR DHR family for the Foundation Day, the 114 Foundation Day. It's remarkable story of ICMR spanning 114 years. That's amazing milestone for any institution, and that also an institution which is at the forefront of finding solutions for health for India for so many decades. It's truly a great milestone, and I join all of us here in congratulating all of you, and more importantly, to be grateful to the leadership, the past and the present leadership, for taking this institution, a jewel in the crown of Mother India, forward with increasing vigor. I'd like to congratulate all those who won the awards and all those who were shortlisted for the awards. It is an inspiration for all of us to work harder with the mission, for the mission that Dr. Patel outlined in his speech, to be able to offer to Mother India health solutions, technologies, interventions, and products, medical technological products. That's our goal. I'm very proud to say that in the recent years, we have seen major reforms in the functioning of the Indian Council of Medical Research and DHR system, new initiatives, refinement of the approach toward intramural research and extramural research, and indeed a very major push to consider the mandate of DHR-ICMR to be nationwide, even as we bring in more energy, more competition, and more vibrance in the ICMR institutional system that we are so very proud. Ma'am, in your presence, I'd like to bring to the attention of the fact that I had the opportunity to lead a committee, performance evaluation committee, ma'am, on the Indian Council of Medical Research, which is a periodic event, occurs every 4 to 5 years. And I led this committee, very ably participated as members by Dr. Swaminathan, Dr. Renu Swarupji, and other colleagues. And we presented this report, ma'am, in the last Governing Council meeting to the Honorable Minister of Health and Family Welfare. Today, on this auspicious day, ma'am, with your permission, I take the opportunity to tell you what the vision has been set by the PEC. We got an opportunity to understand the ICMR DHR system. We got the opportunity to look at how the different institutions are moving, different programs are moving, reform agenda is moving, the vision and the original objectives of the ICMR are taken forward in the context of, above all, our aspirations to see Bharat at 2047 as a Viksit nation. I like to, in fact, use this opportunity, Dr. Patel, to state the vision articulated by PEC. This opportunity will not easily come where all the institutions are represented here. And also what that means in terms of the focus, as we, as the PEC members, saw through our very detailed and sincere and intense work that we did with all of you. So here we are. The vision for ICMR at 2047 is for you all, for we all, to employ science for human health by developing interventions, solutions, and medical technologies that would enable India to achieve a healthy life expectancy of more than 75 years. A clear goal, because today we heard that the research that we undertake is meant for societal impact. That's the mission, that's the articulation we hear from the Honorable Prime Minister, and more recently at a very major conclave on science and technology. Societal goals are the end point. Societal change, improvement, is the end point of the endeavor that we undertake collectively in basic science, translational science, community-based research and innovation and clinical research in all the areas put together. Each one of that is equally important because each one of that is connected to the other. So our job, think about this. The Viksit Bharat goal is not only about $30 trillion economy. It is about a life expectancy at birth, overall life expectancy of 85 years or more. Current life expectancy, 71 years. But then we nuanced it. We said, no, life expectancy with morbidity, that's not a great goal. So we're talking about healthy life expectancy, quality life expectancy. And there, our current healthy life expectancy, as most of you would know, is 60 years. And the best countries in the world, 75 years or more. So we are aiming to be there by 2047, and you will give those products, that knowledge, interventions, solutions, vaccines, drugs, and understanding of the disease dynamics as they change, and to crack difficult conditions and disorders and difficult health challenges. So we expect you to work for that. That's the message I bring on behalf of a very esteemed PEC that I had the opportunity to work with. So healthy life expectancy, now you do analysis as one of your activities collectively. Usko karna kaise hai? Usko break kariye. Where is it that we have to work? Clearly, non-communicable diseases, injuries, trauma, mental health are now more important issues as they emerge, but we have to keep a tab on the unfinished agenda of communicable diseases and maternal, child, newborn, and reproductive health. You know that better than me, but now unpack this. We have to be seeing a life expectancy, healthy life expectancy, moving by 15 years in the span of a quarter century that you have ahead, approximately quarter century. We then, in our own way, try to envisage what the enablers of this would be, the high-end enablers of this would be. How will we work this out in a very smart way and in an effective way? And here are those 10 points from the report that I bring to you. First, we would like to see the engine of this change, the health research engine of this change, the Indian Council of Medical Research, spanning intra and extramural system, ably aided by the Department of Health Research and the Government of India, to be among the top 3 health research enabling funding agencies of the world. Top 3. Dr. Bahal थोड़ी cheating करके जब उन्होंने इसको कहा, उन्होंने कहा one of the best in the world. Out of 20? No. उनके लिए भी मैं थोड़ा चैलेंज दे रहा हूँ, कुछ हक है मेरा. So top 3 में पहुँचना है. आप जानते हैं कि वो top 3 या top 5 कौन है और किनको हमने बीट करना है. अब आप सोच लीजिए वो हम कैसे बनेंगे. And ma'am, our job, your job in particular, is to support that mission with resources, with trust, and with all the encouragement, ma'am, that the government and the Honorable Prime Minister will bring to this mission. That's the first one. Now, hear my words. So it's the second element. Number 2, elevating intramural institutes of ICMR as global leaders in their own respective scientific domains. आप सबको, आप 29 लीडर वर्ल्ड क्लास चाहिए. और ये जो लीडरशिप है 29 के 29 प्लस RMC जिनको हम और तरह से ले रहे हैं, सबको, सारा जो कोहॉर्ट है हमारा. और ये इंडिया का स्पेस स्टेशन जब बन गया होगा, वहां से ये 30 चीजें हमें वहां से दिखाई देनी चाहिए कि यही है. होगा मैम? ये एक्सपेक्टेशन हम कर रहे हैं, आपने इनको पुश करना है इस काम के लिए. So you will be leader in your domain, the top leaders. This is where the world will look upon you. Not in our neighborhood, okay? And not far away from our neighborhood. That's where you will be. And for the extramural system, our aspiration is that we, DHR-ICMR system, will nurture the world's largest and the most vibrant extramural system, leveraging the vast potential of our academia, across medicine, across technologies. We saw so much of IITs today, and so on, startups, industry. So the entire ecosystem of extramural research will be the biggest and the most impressive extramural system in the world. We are the biggest nation, and our extramural system, with all the might that's available in our institution, and you saw a snapshot of that, we will all rise to the occasion, led by the leadership of ICMR and DHR and the government of India. The third is, in a way, an outcome, but an aspiration encompassed in the outcome. And this is that we, in doing so, shall ensure Atmanirbharta in developing knowledge. Knowledge products are also important, not only the physical products. Please don't go with that impression at all. New knowledge, that's where it starts. New knowledge. So we will have Atmanirbharta and new knowledge. Of course, intervention, products, technologies, and a particular challenge which we can see, but more we cannot see. And that challenge is advanced cell and gene therapies, as an example, to address the present and future problem. Now, in the wake of COVID-19 and later, and the geopolitical situation that we are all witnessing, isn't it evident that for India, for every sector, to be Atmanirbhar, to be confident, is the only way forward. Nobody comes to our rescue. So, not surprisingly, the Honorable Prime Minister with his leadership has enunciated this mantra for all of us to work for. Atmanirbharta. हमें science, technology, vaccines, interventions, community-based changes, health system change, आत्मनिर्भरता के solution लाने होंगे, और ये जहाँ जो present हैं beyond, ये हमारी request है PEC की तरफ से. सोचो इसके बारे में, कहाँ है हम दूसरे के ऊपर dependent, पकड़ो उसको और उसमें लाना होगा. ये हमारी expectation. The fifth is about a notion which I would like to give credit to Dr. Patel. Ma'am, under his leadership, very strong connections have been built with not only the union health system, but the state health system at large, public health system at large. So we build on that by saying, build strong linkages and partnership with the public health system across states and UTs for population-based studies, implementation research, and technical assistance that they require for implementing their programs and their efforts in a big way, encompassing behavioral change, delivery of interventions, doing things more smartly, using technology at large, and so on and so forth. So partnerships, and all 30 of you, please, you are sitting within certain geographies. You must have strong linkages. Build that trust with them. You build your friendships with them. Bring a stature that they come to you as partners. So we expect that to be an enabler. We also expect that to be an outcome that we would like to measure. Sixth, and that's very dear to my heart, and Honorable Minister also in our conversations here highlighted that issue from the heart. Ma'am, that's about our comprehensive primary health care. India is building the future-ready primary health care system for Viksit Bharat today, since 2018. The aspiration to have 1.8 lakh health and wellness centers, Ayushman Arogya Mandirs, fully functional to provide all the primary health care that Indian citizens deserve, is available as a vision to us. Major effort has been undertaken to unfold the infrastructure and the basic systems, but then optimum access to primary healthcare services across packages, from cancer to non-communicable disease, oral health, senior care, palliation, newborn health, is still to be fully achieved. It's work in progress. So I would like to emphasize, and I'm sure, ma'am, with your blessing, I can say this very, very profoundly. This is one message which Dr. Patel and I exchange at least once a week, because it is so important. Be the enabler for creating a great primary healthcare system of India. What does it mean from your point of view? Refine the delivery of the models. how to deliver senior care to our rising elderly population, which will be 35 crore by 2050, 20%, currently 11%. How do we do it? What should be the ingredients of that package? How do we deliver that package? How do we create the system that work? We have given you a challenge to demonstrate delivery of 12 packages. We are looking forward to the results of that implementation research. Primary health care is the most important pillar of the health system of any nation, and our UHC journey, the journey for universal health coverage, passes through primary health care, have no doubt about it. So please, can you collectively, and each one of you have a role, G6PD, if it is to be screened at a population level, in a certain population, your tools will come handy. If we have to be pushing the last frontier of tuberculosis, your tools come into picture. Epidemiological understanding, diagnosis for communicable diseases, treatment. We like to see this discourse, and for me, this is absolutely special. And because the paradigm of primary health care has been built in some areas without prior optimum research, we have to work hard now. And I bring that to you, and you will appreciate that. When we used to bring in new intervention for child health, we would be told, demonstrate that pneumonia algorithm and approach to childhood pneumonia can, when implemented, demonstrates reduction in pneumonia-related mortality. That was the yardstick that was instituted way back for vaccines, for diarrheal disease, for pneumonia, even maternal health. But the non-communicable disease and the current packages have been put in time based on what we think is the best bet and the best evidence available. However, we have yet to demonstrate how to implement those packages on scale, at saturation level, with high quality, so that there's a change in the outcomes of the primary at the population level. So we have a package on non-communicable disease, hypertension, to be done in a particular way. We would like to see doing so, does it reduce the prevalence of abnormal blood pressure today compared to 3 years ago? We still have to demonstrate that, and so on and so forth. There's more on this, but I am challenging on behalf of the PEC. We'll work for it, and that's our 6th goal. 7th, we would like your participation in generating evidence for therapies belonging to Ayurveda and Indian systems of medicine. This work cannot be done. The Ayush departments and Ayush research system alone, we have to do it. We have the methods, we have the lab system and the resources, so we need to take lead in this, and I saw some examples of this. The 8th one is about world-class health research workforce. It's an obvious one, I'll not elaborate in the interest of time. The 9th one relates to staying ahead in developing, validating, adopting, creating and utilizing frontier technologies, not only AI, but also quantum, robotics, and others on the horizon for products and solutions to improve individual and public health. AI for individual health is visible from time to time. A lot needs to be done. We don't know how to validate them. And the inventors of AI-related solutions, often when they present a solution, they think it's done. I think a big need is to be able to validate. And academia overall, the entire national academia should also rise to the occasion. How to validate so that the claims are vetted by truth, by measurement. And that we still have to see that, as how to go about doing it, but also to adopt technology. So think about the new technologies today, if not done already. And the last one is a reminder that the pandemics and outbreaks will come. They will surely come. We don't know when and with what size, with what phase. Biosecurity threats will come. We don't know when, where, how. So there is a reminder from the PEC. Work for delivering comprehensive and dynamic research program aimed at averting, controlling, and responding to future pandemics and biosecurity threats. This is a charter, 10-point charter, we offer to you to work upon, to build upon, to discuss, and to craft your strategies. We believe this captures a lot of the aspiration that is expected from the vision to play the rightful role that the respected secretary told you. We would like to see this being discussed, like to see this to be churned in the system. And with these words, I thank you for the opportunity. It's a pleasure it's an honor for all the affection that I guess get from you all. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
There's a very interesting way of putting it, that any length of walk on the wrong path does not take us to the right destination. We are humbled, Professor V.K. Paul, sir, that time and again we always get to embrace your deep understanding and insights. Ladies and gentlemen, they say that a keynote address is a condensation of years of learning and wisdom. And there can be no exaggeration to say that it is a moment of privilege that we all witness to receive the guidance, to embrace the pearls of wisdom of a non-pareil visionary leader like the Honorable Minister of State, Smt Anupriya Patel, Madam, time and again. And I request you all to first of all extend our earnest sense of gratitude to the distinguished dignitary on the dais for always guiding us, not just on the occasion of a summit like this, but on every momentous and every seminal topic that seeks her able guidance. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, we express our gratitude to the distinguished visionary leader and welcome the Honorable Minister of State, Smt Anupriya Patel, to please address us.
Dr. V.K. Paul, Member Health, Niti Aayog, Dr. Rajiv Behel, Secretary DHR and DG-ICMR, Ms. Anu Nagar, Joint Secretary, and Srimati Manisha Saxena, all our distinguished scientists, researchers, industry partners, and other delegates, the heads of the institutes who are present here on the occasion. My warm greetings to all of you. It's a very auspicious day. While we host the second edition of the Health Research Excellence Summit 2025, we're also commemorating 114th Foundation Day of the ICMR. And on this occasion, I extend my warmest greetings to all who are a part of this very, very exceptional event. Ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed my privilege to join this gathering which celebrates the strength of India's scientists, innovators, and healthcare professionals who transform research into hope for millions. And we all know that under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji, today, India's health research ecosystem has strengthened and it has become a very important pillar of Viksit Bharat, which is driven by Atmanirbharta, self-reliance, innovation, as well as equity. And today's summit stands as a testament to this vision that the true measure of science lies in serving humanity, strengthening systems, as well as shaping policy. Over the past decade, India has emerged as one of the most dynamic global health innovation ecosystems. And through the mission mode initiatives under the DHR-ICMR, we are not just, we are addressing our national priorities, which range from antimicrobial resistance to rare diseases, to climate-related health risks, and also One Health preparedness, which is one of our very, very important missions. ICMR's ecosystem of the Centers of Excellence, the Intent Clinical Trial Network, and the MedTech Mitra. They have nurtured more than 27 indigenous medical technologies, accelerating affordable innovation from bench to bedside, from lab to the real-life settings. From Rotavac and Covaxin to TrueNat TB diagnostics, India's research institutions have shown how public-private partnerships can turn discovery into delivery, reinforcing the spirit of Sabka Saath, Sabka Prayas, Sabka Vishwas. The first dimension of science is for the people. Innovations that touch lives at the community level. And this pillar translates research into real-world impact for communities as well as the marginalized groups. I'm glad to have launched today the Assistive Technology Guidelines and the Assessment Kit, which is jointly developed by IIT Delhi and All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Delhi, and with the financial support of ICMR. This indigenous kit will help clinicians and therapists assess the upper limb functions with precision and provide better rehabilitation care. The National List of Essential Assistive Products, developed jointly by ICMR and the Bureau of Indian Standards, is another very important milestone, setting national benchmarks for accessibility as well as inclusion. These initiatives reflect the government's commitment to ensuring that the benefits of science reach every single individual, including persons with disabilities, enabling them to live a life of dignity as well as independence. We also unveil the ICMR's Pensioners Portal today, a simple yet powerful step towards the institutional compassion. It embodies transparency, efficiency, and respect for the scientists and staff whose services continue to inspire generations. Friends, the second pillar is Science for Progress, which is strengthening India's innovation pipeline and translating research. This segment celebrates India's rising self-reliance in biomedical innovation and technology development. The MedTech Mitra's Innovators Guidebook for In Vitro Diagnostics is a landmark effort to handhold our innovators from the laboratory to the marketplace. It demystifies regulatory pathways, encourages indigenous design, and strengthens India's growing medtech sector. The 11 new indigenous technologies which have been developed by ICMR institutes have been transferred today to the industry, which is a significant step in translating laboratory excellence into the real-world solutions. The RT LAMP assays developed by ICMR NIV will offer low-cost, instrument-free rapid test for Nipah, monkeypox, and SARS-CoV-2 virus. The 4 advanced molecular and immunoassay platforms for measles, Japanese encephalitis, KFT, and influenza will strengthen the infectious diseases surveillance as well as preparedness. Similarly, the CRISPR-based diagnostic kit and the DNA test developed by the ICMR NIRT is a breakthrough early detection tool for tuberculosis. A major step has been taken in timely differentiation and management of co-circulating arboviruses through the development of RT-PCR assay for simultaneous detection of dengue, chikungunya, and Zika viruses. Together, these technologies reflect the nation's ability to not only innovate but also deliver at scale, ensuring timely detection, preparedness, and public health security. These advances illustrate how Make in India meets Heal in India, where innovation and impact converges to strengthen public health security. Coming to the third dimension, which is Science for Policy, strengthening the link between evidence governance as well as healthcare delivery. Evidence-based policy making remains the foundation of good governance as well as public trust. And the ICMR clinical workflows for the community health officers will operationalize comprehensive primary health care under the huge network of the 1,75,000 Ayushman Arog Mandirs. With this tool, every health worker from the sub-center to the block level will be guided by evidence-based protocols, ensuring uniform quality of care across the country. The revamped Standard Treatment Workflows website. This marks another important reform. It consolidates clinical guidance, integrates digital usability, and ensures that quality standards are accessible to every healthcare provider, both public and private. Such platforms demonstrate India's commitment to data-driven governance and scientific policy making, thus making healthcare more reliable, accountable, as well as future-ready. Today, we are celebrating those who make this journey possible. Our scientists, innovators, and most importantly, the administrators. The DHR-ICMR Health Research Excellence Recognition 2025 recognizes the extraordinary achievements across the intramural and the extramural research, technology development, patent creation, as well as scientific review. Each recognition symbolizes years of dedication, collaboration, and silent perseverance, the very spirit of Indian science. So to all those whose excellence has been recognized today, I convey my heartfelt congratulations. Your work is not only building knowledge, but it's building national capacity and global credibility. Today, India's health research system stands at a defining moment. As outlined in the DHR's vision for Viksit Bharat, our goal is to position our National Apex Medical Research Institute, Dr. Paul said 3, but we've decided. Now let's decide whether it is going to be top 3 or top 5. Global health research agencies driving equitable innovation and policy impact. The next decade will see AI-driven diagnostics, precision medicine, climate health analytics, and One Health frameworks redefining the way we understand and respond to the disease. Regional laboratories of the National Institute of Virology and the BSL labs are being expanded for pandemic preparedness. Rare disease therapeutics and AI-enabled screening tools are today becoming national priorities. The DHR-ICMR network must continue to act as the nation's transnational engine, where research meets policy and policy meets public good. Every discovery, my friends, must aim for implementation, and every innovation must advance inclusion, and every policy must be grounded in scientific evidence. As Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji often reminds us about Sabka Prayas, collective effort, of institutions, innovators, and citizens, that is the key to realizing the vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047. So before I conclude, I commend the DHR and the ICMR team and the scientists behind today's launches for their dedication and service to the nation. Let us remember, when research becomes relief and innovation becomes inclusion, that is when we truly serve our countrymen, the people of India. When every health worker is empowered with science and every citizen benefits from it, that is when we achieve Sabka Saath, Sabka Vishwas, and Sabka Prayas. Let us continue to work together with compassion, courage, and conviction to ensure that India contributes to global science, but also leads it with purpose and pride. With this, I thank you all very much. Jai Hind.
Our earnest sense of gratitude to express how privileged and honored we are to embrace and inherit your exemplary vision and wisdom, and to just give it a physical token of gratitude, if it could hold our sense of thankfulness to the distinguished Minister of State. I request you, sir, Dr. Rajiv Bahel, sir, to kindly do the honors of felicitating the distinguished visionary leader with a token of gratitude, to only convey that it means so much to embrace her pearls of wisdom. Deeply grateful. And once again, if I may request you, Sir, Dr. Rajiv Patel, to kindly do the honors of felicitating the Lighthouse, Professor V.K. Paul, sir, who's always guided us through his deep sense of intellect. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And may I now invite Srimati Manisha Saxena, the Senior DDG Admin ICMR, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
नमस्कार। माननीय श्रीमती अनुप्रिया पटेल, राज्य मंत्री स्वास्थ्य एवं परिवार कल्याण, डॉक्टर विनोद पॉल, मेंबर नीति आयोग, डॉक्टर राजीव बहल, सचिव स्वास्थ्य अनुसंधान विभाग एवं महानिदेशक ICMR, श्रीमती डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास, निदेशक एम्स, श्रीमती अनु नागर एवं श्रीमती ऋचा खोड़ा, संयुक्त सचिव स्वास्थ्य अनुसंधान विभाग, डॉक्टर संगीता एवं डॉक्टर अलका, एडिशनल DG ICMR, एवं DHR और ICMR परिवार के सभी सम्मानीय सदस्य। आज की DHR ICMR हेल्थ समिट में आप सभी का अभिनंदन करते हुए मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। आज के सभी विजेताओं को मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत बधाई। सर्वप्रथम मैं मैडम अनुप्रिया पटेल को बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि उन्होंने अपने व्यस्तम समय में भी हमारा आमंत्रण स्वीकार किया और अपने प्रेरणादायक अभिभाषण से हम सबका उत्साहवर्धन किया। मैम, you appreciated all the efforts, even small efforts of ICMR always, ma'am. And today you gave pathway to us for work on AMR, climate change and other difficult problems. We will note that your direction for innovation, good governance, good research and digital innovation methods. मैं डॉक्टर पॉल का भी, मैम आपका बहुत बहुत आभार मैम, मैं डॉक्टर पॉल का भी सहृदय आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ कि वे हमेशा हमारे प्रयासों की सराहना करते हैं और अपने महत्वपूर्ण समय में से समय निकालकर आगे के लिए मार्गदर्शन प्रदान करते रहते हैं। आज भी उन्होंने ICMR में यह विश्वास दिखाया कि हम टॉप 3 फंडिंग एजेंसी में आ सकते हैं और मैम ने भी उसको सपोर्ट किया, तो हमारा आज विश्वास बढ़ गया कि हम उसकी तरफ प्रयास कर सकते हैं और वहाँ तक हम पहुँच भी सकते हैं। सर, आपका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड आई अश्योर यू ऑन बिहाफ ऑफ ICMR that we will work on relentlessly for your 10 charter points, सर, जो आपने आज हमें दिए। मैं डॉक्टर राजीव बहल का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ कि उन्हीं की विजनरी अप्रोच और अनवेवरिंग एनर्जी से DHR ICMR में नई ऊर्जा आई है और ये समिट उसी ऊर्जा की वजह से इस नए आयाम तक पहुँच पाई है। मैं DHR के दोनों संयुक्त सचिव अनु नागर मैडम और ऋचा खोड़ा मैडम का भी उनके अनवरत सहयोग के लिए धन्यवाद देती हूँ। सबसे अंत में मैं आप सभी सहभागियों को धन्यवाद देती हूँ जिन्होंने स्वास्थ्य अनुसंधान में अनवरत विश्वास दिखाया और उसे नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुँचाने के लिए अनथक प्रयास किया। मैं यह समिट उन्हीं को पहचान देने के लिए, उन्हीं प्रयासों को नई ऊंचाइयों तक पहुँचाने के लिए ये एक छोटा सा प्रयास है। आज की इस समिट में मैं आप एंड में सबको, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद। धन्यवाद।
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार महोदया। And ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to kindly rise for the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा, विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा, तव शुभ नामे जागे तब शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तब जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता।
And may we now please request the Honorable Minister of State, Smt Anupriya Patel, and Professor V.K. Paul, sir, to mark the exhibition open. happening in an ICMR event that somebody is not wanting to claim this indispensable organ. It's been really long. It was left before the lunch break started and yet to be claimed. So anybody who's dropped their mobile phone somewhere here, we've got this in our custody. You may please claim it. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, as you see, we await the arrival of the distinguished panel here for the next session. And as soon as they're here, we bring to you the next session that's about the voices of the winners. And for this session, may I please invite the esteemed session chair, Dr. Rajiv Behel, the secretary, DHR and DG-ICMR, to please grace the dais. And also very warmly inviting Dr. Smt Patel, the additional DG, Intramural, and Dr. Alka Sharma, the additional DG, Extramural, to please grace the dais. किसी ने खूब कहा है, अपने पंखों पर भरोसा रख, हवाओं के भरोसे तो पतंगे उड़ा करती हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, time now to witness the success stories of exemplary performers who fueled their ambition with grit and hard work. We now invite the recipients of the gold and silver recognition in the best paper demonstrating real-world impact and translational potential. In this category, we request the gold winner, to please join us, inviting Jeremy Wesley from ICMR National Institute of Epidemiology to kindly begin with this session with his presentation. A humble request to all the presenters, kindly be mindful of the time span. We'd request you to please bring forward your deep insights in from 5 to 7 minute window, please. Thank you.
टाइमर चाहिए भाई यहाँ पे. टाइम कीपर कौन है? टाइम कीपर. So this is a challenge to all the winners. If you cannot finish your presentation exactly before 5 minutes, then you have failed the communication test. Okay? 5 minutes means 4 minutes 50 seconds में खत्म कर दी. Don't say कि खत्म होने वाला है. So 5 minutes and 30 seconds पे we will ask you to completely stop. Everybody 5 minutes exactly. Okay? No longer.
Hi everybody. Hi. There is a timer on the corner of your screen that will show the live time. You have to follow that. It is visible on your screen as well as the public screen.
Can I start, sir?
Yes.
Good afternoon all. I will be presenting about the community survey that we did across 60 districts of 15 Indian states to estimate the animal bite incidence and also to count the number of human rabies deaths that occur in India. Within these 60 districts, we surveyed around 80,000 households, and we sought information from 3,37,000 individuals. And looking back, we could do this only because of these collaborations, both from the ICMR institutes and also from the outside. A special mention to NCDC and the respective state health departments who had helped in implementing this survey. Why did we do this survey? As per National Action Plan for Rabies Elimination, one of the priority is to quantify the size of the problem and also to know about the post-exposure prophylaxis coverage and their availability. If you look at any rabies paper, two numbers will flash across all the papers. One is the 59,000, that is the global figure, the 20,000, that is the Indian figure. We wanted to change this, reassess this and update this number, and we proceeded with this survey. Our objective was simple. We wanted to estimate the incidence of animal bite through a community survey and also see if someone is bitten by an animal, especially dog, whether they have taken vaccine or not. Through this, the information from the community survey was put into a decision tree model to estimate the human rabies deaths. Methods, we did a multi-stage cluster sampling, states, district, clusters, village wards, the households were given equal and fair chance for selection. We followed probability sampling at all stages. Just to reiterate numbers, 15 states, 78,000 households, 3,37,808 individuals. Of the 3,37,808 individuals, 2,052 reported that they have been bitten by an animal. When you convert this into percentages, weighted annual incidences for dog bite is 0.5%. When you convert into absolute numbers, it is 9.1 million bites. Of mostly 80% were due to the dog bites. Of the dog bites, nearly 40% were by pet dogs, and nearly 50% of the pet dogs were not vaccinated. Coming to the coverage, how many people got? Nearly 80% reported that they took at least one dose of vaccination, and 60% reported that they took at least 3 doses of vaccination. But the concern here is the entire country has not shifted to ID regimen. Especially in the eastern and northeastern states, still the SN regimen, the 5-dose regimen of intramuscular route is still followed. Another area of focus should be the availability or the provision of RIG to all the eligible category 3 participants. Our survey revealed only 11% received the RIG. We used a probability decision tree model to estimate the deaths. The model parameters were suspected rabid dog bite incidence, distribution of bite wounds, post-exposure prophylaxis. We wanted to classify the dog bites as suspected rabid dog bite or a normal dog bite. And also we wanted to estimate the probability of death. Probability of death is estimated through this decision tree approach. The parameters that go into this decision tree are, if someone is bitten by a suspected rabid dog, what is the probability that it is really rabid, and the distribution of bite wounds, and finally the probability of receiving post-exposure prophylaxis. The figures, the parameters that are highlighted in yellow came from the survey. This is our final numbers. Out of the 1,576 dog bites, 69 were classified as suspected rabid dog bites. And the next data, the suspected rabid dog being rabid, came from the 6 labs of 12 states, which says the 74% rabid positivity among suspected rabid dog bites. Then P2, P3, P4, P5 came from our community survey, and finally P10 also came from our community survey. With this data, we calculated the number of human rabies deaths as 5,726. We did not restrict this to only one analysis. We did a lot of sensitivity analysis. All the analysis converged to a number nearly to 5,000. Take home message for the program, we have revised and updated the numbers. It's no more 20,000, it's 5,000. India has witnessed a 75% reduction in human rabies death, with an increase in post-exposure coverage also in the last 2 decades. Thank you. With this, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you. Perfect. Absolutely clear. Very important. One request to all photographers. जो भी यहाँ फोटो ये है ना जो आते हैं प्रेजेंट, उनकी एक फ़ोटो खींचना है बस. आके 1 या 2 खींच लो, उसके बाद फ़ोटो खींचना बंद कर दीजिए. अब फ़ोटो का टाइम ख़त्म हो गया. पहली बार थी फ़ोटो, ये अभी नहीं खींचो ना. मैं मना कर रहा हूँ फिर भी खींचे जा रहे हैं. हो गया. जब वो प्रेजेंट करेंगे आके खींच लो. बाकियों की फ़ोटो नहीं खींचना है, उधर को खींचो. अब उन लोगों की लो. स्टेज की फ़ोटो बंद. 2 घंटे आप 3-4 घंटे बहुत फ़ोटो खींचिए. वेरी गुड. आप सिर्फ सुनने दीजिए, नहीं तो फिर मैं यहाँ नहीं बैठूंगा, फिर मैं उधर चला जाता हूँ. ठीक है. वेरी गुड. वेल डन. थैंक यू.
Thank you.
And inviting up next, Krishna Chandra Sahu from ICMR Regional Medical Research Center, Bhubaneswar. Do we have you amidst us? All right. So this is the perspective of the silver recognition holder in the category Publication, Public Health Clinical Intramural.
So, very good afternoon. Thanks for giving this opportunity. So, today I am going to present about water sanitation hygiene among transgender population living in urban informal settlement. It's a qualitative study which is conducted in Odisha. The rationale behind this study is building on the recognition of access to sanitation as a human rights. As we know that Global Sustainable Development Goal have made it a target and priority to ensure everyone has access to adequate and equitable sanitations and hygiene by 2030. In 2010, the United Nations General Assembly recognized safe drinking water and sanitation as human rights. In 2015, UNGA acknowledged separate laws for neglected sanitation rights. That means reaching everyone with decent toilets means reaching everyone whatever their age, gender or specific needs. Going to the toilet should be a relatively stress-free experience. However, for many people around the world, including the transgender, it is immediately followed by a thought, where can I go? Is it safe place to go? So with this context, these studies, we conducted these qualitative studies among the transgender population, particularly those are residing in urban slum or urban informal settlement. And we conduct in-depth interview, 20 trans women and 4 trans men, which represent a diverse sanitation practice. And all the interview were conducted in local language, digitally recorded, transcribed into original language, translated into English, and analyzing using thematic analysis. And the key findings are 3 main themes emerged. One is a water and sanitation related barrier and facilitator, like challenge and practice in sanitation, sanitation related verbal and sexual abuse, social security, community engagement, awareness. So illustrate these themes, I can quote a quote here from the director, a trans woman, 45 years, what she says that people pass heartless comments in public toilets. There are few incidents where some ladies have problem with me using the female toilet. I made them understand that I am just like you and showed them with some proof. Regarding the other theme, hygiene, practice and literacy, 2 main category emerge here, general hand hygiene practice, their oral hygiene practice and perianal hygiene practice is also very important. So to illustrate this finding, the quote is that one trans woman who is only 19 years old said, I face some burning white patch like problem on my lips. It happened due to the everyday use of condoms. We stand late night and due to less intake of water, sometimes I get all my mouth and lip area. This is their perception. And the third theme was the influence of socioeconomic difference on wash challenge. To illustrate that finding, say it is not just about washing hands, it is about the dignity of having access to clean water and safe space for the sanitations. So overall conclusion and implication of the finding emphasizes that there is a critical need for enhanced sanitation infrastructure, regular maintenance and comprehensive hygiene education tailored to specific need for transgender people, although their number is very less, but still from universal health coverage perspective, we should emphasize on that. Priority should be given for improving sanitation facility and ensure their upkeep to address hygiene and safety concern effectively. Furthermore, there is required to implement awareness and education program focusing on hand hygiene, oral hygiene, and perianal hygiene to promote better health outcomes within these transgender populations. Thank you.
Excellent and on time. Thank you. See, you don't need more time. You just need to be more precise. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And briskly inviting now Dr. Nathela Pavankumar from ICMR National Institute for Research in Tuberculosis, the perspective of the gold awardee.
Good afternoon. I'm here to present on the topic on inflammatory cytokine response in pediatric tuberculosis with or without SARS-CoV-2 seropositivity. And this study was published in Journal of Infection. So as we all know that the COVID-19 has disturbed the global public health system, including the TB management. And we all also know that the COVID-19 alters the immune response significantly, and it also affects the pathological effects. And the data from the global TB network had reported that from the 8 countries, they have shown that found that TB can concurrently or after COVID-19 can increasing the case fatality risk. And subsequently, CDC also reported that TB among conditions associated with severe COVID-19 outcomes. However, there are no studies have described what happens in the TB COVID-19 in pediatric population. So that is what we wanted to focus, and our aim was focusing on to characterize the inflammatory cytokine profile in children with TB in presence or absence of SARS-CoV-2 seropositivity. So this slide shows the methodology. So this study was done from the larger cohort of TB COVID-19 children, and then we included both pulmonary, extrapulmonary children. All children were BCG vaccinated, HIV negative, and they were SARS-CoV-2 RT-PCR negative during the time of enrollment. And immunological assays were performed during the baseline, month 3 and month 6. And we did a panel of cytokine analysis which focusing on inflammatory response, and we did antibody testing using ICMR approved VHLO iFlash 1800 analyzer to determine the IgG and IgM levels. So here in the study we have taken the children with tuberculosis, among which we categorize them into 2 groups. One is COVID-2 positive children and COVID-2 negative based on the antibody titers. And this slide shows the demographic profile of the study population. We have enrolled 30 children in each group, and they subsequently followed up at 2 different time points. So this slide shows the data on how the cytokine immune profile distinctly varied between the children with seropositivity and compared with children with seronegativity. So the upper panel shows the baseline levels of inflammatory markers, which shown to be significantly elevated in children with COVID-2 positivity when compared with children with COVID-2 negativity. And subsequently, we also see the similar kind of trend also seen during the month 3. That is, elevated levels of inflammatory response were seen in children with COVID seropositivity when compared with negative. Whereas in month 6, there is not much differences. However, only with few cytokines there is an elevation in the levels. The next, we wanted to see how the trend of inflammatory response happened in the children during the course of anti-TB treatment. And we see there is subsequently decline in the levels of these inflammatory markers in both children with either with the seropositive or seronegative. Then we also did a PCA to see how these immune markers differentiate between the groups. So this graph clearly discriminates that there is a clear discrimination of inflammatory response as seen in children with TB children with seropositivity and compared with negativity. And we also did a canonical correlation analysis to see how the trend of these inflammatory response are seen over the course of a TB treatment time period. If you see the circles of red and green are the baseline and month 3, and the blue circle represents the 6 month. There is a clear discrimination of inflammatory markers are seen between the baseline and month 3 when compared with the month 6. And this difference were also seen in COVID negative population as well. And finally, we also wanted to see a correlation, how these inflammatory markers are correlated with the seropositivity levels. And we see cytokines such as TNF-alpha, IF and gamma were positively correlated with the inflammatory markers levels, but we don't see with the MUN6. So our study report that there is a hyperinflammatory response of cytokines was seen in TB children with the SARS-CoV-2 seropositivity. And these findings deepen our understanding on how TB and COVID interact and how the immune modulation happening during the course of treatment. And the interesting finding is this cytokine levels are declined not only with seropositive children, we also see there is a decline in seronegative children. So understanding this immune regulation in TB COVID will provide key insights and clinical assessment and management of pediatric TB patients. Yeah, thank you.
Again, thank you for being on time and very clear in your presentation. So I would like everybody to see that 3 people have presented exactly 5 minutes, and it is extremely clear what they have done. So you don't need immense amount of time. It is just a question of, again, as I said, clearly communicating what you want. Next.
Up next, we have Dhirendra Pratap Singh to bring in the perspective of the silver recipient recognition winner. And next, if I may just draw the attention of Madhumita Prem Kumar and Smita Joshi.
So if the other ones can come to the front, Sarita, इस सोफे पे उनको जगह दे दो प्रेजेंटर को, आप इधर आ जाओ. तो जिसका भी नेक्स्ट है वो इधर आ जाए ताकि 2 मिनट बचेंगे.
So, good afternoon everyone. So this study was about the neurobehavioral effect and gut microbial composition changes due to long-term exposure, adult life exposure of endocrine disrupting chemical, environmental chemical bisphenol A, and its relation to the sex of the mice. It was done in mice. So basically, endocrine disrupting chemical bisphenol A is present in many consumer goods, although it has recently been banned in childhood products and in food contact materials, but this still exposure continues due to other sources, and some safer alternatives have come like BPAs and BPF instead of BPA, but our study has shown that it is also not that safe. So the rationale of the study is that the exposure that has been studied so far is only perinatal or early life exposure, and there is limited data on adult life exposure, particularly it can happen in the occupational setting where there could be large dose exposure over a short period of time. And then the gender specificity was also not studied, and the gut microbiota changes and its link to behavioral effects, that is also so the effect on the gut-brain axis also not studied. So what we actually, so this is just showing that gut, there is microbiota, there are a lot of microbiota products, metabolites, as well as the cellular products due to effect of microbiota. They actually they are secreted in the gut, and they act on multiple pathways, immune, endocrine, and neurological pathways, and they changes their effect on the behavior and the activity, and then these changes can cause both neurodegenerative and neurodevelopmental diseases. So what we have done actually, we have adult life 12-week exposure of BPA or its analogs. This was given to adult mice, and then there was 4-week cessation of the exposure, and then the behavioral data acquisition was done at the end of the exposure and end of the cessation, as well as there were the serum and tissue levels of different neurotransmitters, the pro-inflammatory markers, and the histological effects were studied, as well as the gut microbiota changes. So what we got is, this is the summary finding, may not be very clear to you, I'm sorry for that, but just because there are a lot of data, so I'm just presenting it for your comprehension. So so the left side is the male and the right side is the female mice. So what is happening, basically there is an oxidative nitrosative stress because of exposure to bisphenols, and that is actually activating the brain resident macrophages, astrocytes, and then they cause release of pro-inflammatory cytokine, that is pro-inflammatory cytokine release. There is decrease in brain-derived neurotrophic factor, which leads to neurodegeneration. And this neurodegeneration, along with the suppression of estrogen receptor and mineralocorticoid receptor, they are actually causing neurotransmitter loss. So there is, decreased synthesis, increased turnover. On the gut side, there is, again, exposure of these chemicals causes oxidative nitrosative stress. There is intestinal inflammation leading to increased ileal permeability, increased, translocation of LPS from the gut to the blood circulation, and then they go to, feed to the neuropathic the cycle. So there is a kind of, and then at the same time, these inflammation in the gut causes changes in the gut resident microbiota. So there are more of proteobacteria and actinobacteria, and that is that proliferates, and the healthy microbiota like eubacteria, they are going down. So, and then again, this causes more inflammation in the gut, more release of LPS in the circulation. So there is a vicious cycle and feedback, positive feedback loop to the brain. So in female, the same thing happens, but much lesser, because the main difference is here, because these are endocrine disrupting. So there is, instead of decrease in the endocrine receptors, estrogen receptor, there is increase in the receptor expression, so the effect is less. So that's what, in brief, the data. So it's shown here that a similar type of effect, but it's more pronounced in the male. So this is the team that has worked on it. Thank you.
Inviting now the gold winner from PGIMER, Madhumita Prem Kumar. That's you, right? And the teammate Radha.
Thank you all for having me. All right, my slides are up. So I'm here to present our data from our multi-center study, which was on recompensation of chronic hepatitis C-related decompensated cirrhosis. This is part of a public health program to eliminate hepatitis C and hepatitis B across the country under the National Viral Hepatitis Control Program. So this is actually 25 sites, with PGI being the hub, with a hub-spoke model. So DAAs, earlier treatment of hepatitis C was really difficult because there used to be interferon, which used to be an injectable regimen. In 2015, so first fever came into the world, it was costing $60,000 for the course. But once generic drugs are available in India, we purchased them in mass, and then we would distribute these to patients free of charge under the Punjab model, and we found cure rates of 91%, which is very similar to clinical trial results of 93%. And this was done using a hub and spoke decentralized fashion, wherein we actually train primary care providers, psychiatrists, pharmacists, nurses to dispense medications as per a very simple treatment protocol. So what we did was, we just created a very simple algorithm for treatment of hepatitis C based on the degree of liver disease. We provided free of charge testing cost also at each of these district hospitals, so patients would not have to have any out-of-pocket expenses. Since we purchased it at a bulk, we also were able to dispense it free of charge. So these are the sites, and we concentrated more via telemedicine on areas such as Moga, Muxar, etc., where the prevalence of Hep C is very high. Now we know the population prevalence is 3.6% in the state of Punjab, but in some areas it was as high as 4%, 5% due to microtransmission, especially where there's person who inject drugs or where there is transmission via dialysis. So we use this hub and spoke model. Just to recapitulate for non-clinicians here, a normal liver, once it's infected with any of these viral hepatitis viruses, or supra additionally if there is alcohol intake or obesity and steatosis, there is inflammation of the liver, which leads to this nodular appearance and then decompensation. Now decompensation means appearance of ascites, that is fluid in the abdomen, appearance of a variceal bleed, that is blood and vomit, or appearance of cancer. And this happens as there is progression in fibrosis. So the more the blue areas in the liver, the more the amount of fibrosis and more amount of cirrhosis. So what we figured was that we can avoid transplantations, we can avoid decompensation and HCC by timely treatment with the DAAs. So we aimed to see what was the cure rate in the general population when we were giving it via primary care providers, that is no direct access to a specialist. And then we wanted to know how many patients with advanced liver disease actually regressed or had a regression of fibrosis, which is known as recompensation. So in this public health cohort, there were 50,000 individuals to begin with. We had 6,000 patients with compensated cirrhosis and about 1,000 with decompensated cirrhosis. They were aged about 50 years. The initial SVR12 rate was 81%, but once we treated them again at the hub, it was as high as 91%, which is the same as the general population, which means we were able to treat advanced liver disease with a similar cure rate as clinical trials. We also had a reduction in liver disease severity scores, and the best part was 1 in 4 patients with advanced liver disease actually had a disappearance of decompensation events like ascites or bleeding or encephalopathy. They would no longer require a transplant and effectively got a functional cure. So if you look at the liver disease severity scores from CTP-C, which is higher cirrhosis, they jumped to CTP-A, which is a compensated level. So we managed to do this in the public health setting using existing public health infrastructure. And we also reduced the HCC rate from what is to be 3%, what is supposed to be 4.6% to just 2.9%. So this is the first population-based database which is giving information about hepatocellular carcinoma and HCB, and we also have found, and this will be reported later, that there is a lag time or a lead time, and the kind of cancers that we will detect will be much earlier and curable. So if we look stage-wise, if the patients were diagnosed with cancer right at the outset versus those who were diagnosed with cancers later on surveillance, we were having to get more curative therapies. So this project was exactly in line with the WHO's clarion call for viral hepatitis elimination across the country. It requires us to treat Hep B, Hep C. Not only that, it needs us to do microelimination in persons who inject drugs, prevent mother-to-child transmission, ensure the availability and the administration of vaccines to all eligible individuals, and also manage vaccine or preventable viral transmitted infections, enteritis, etc., like hepatitis A and E. So in conclusion, this is part of the NVHCP. We have had a lot of information over the last 4 years, and we plan to incorporate this into future guidelines. Thank you.
Inviting up next, silver recipient Smita Joshi from Prayas Amrita Clinic and Dr. Shubhi to follow.
Good afternoon, everyone. Next slide, please. Women living with HIV have an increased risk of acquisition of HPV infection. They are infected with multiple HPV types. The HPV infection remains persistent among them, and therefore they have an increased risk of cervical precancer and cancer as compared to women in the general population. Women living with HIV have about 6 times increased risk of cervical cancer. In 2013, considering the overwhelming evidence about the superiority of the primary HPV test in screening for cervical cancer, the WHO published these guidelines, and at that time they suggested the HPV screen and treat or HPV screen triage and treat strategy for both women in the general population as well as for women living with HIV. In the HPV screen and treat strategy, all HPV positive women are treated, whereas in the HPV screen triage and treat strategy, all HPV positive women undergo a second screening test that could be a cytology, colposcopy, genotyping or VIA. The most pragmatic triaging test in the developing countries like India is VIA. So we conducted a randomized controlled trial in Pune where HPV positive women living with HIV, they were randomized to arm 1, that is the screen and treat arm, or screen triage and treat arm, that is arm 2. In the screen and treat arm, women, all HPV positive women were treated with ablation when eligible, or they underwent a large loop excision of transformation zone at a later date in the study clinic. This study was implemented at 2 ART centers in Pune. It was initiated when the first wave of COVID-19 started declining. We started screening in a mobile screening unit initially, and then the study was implemented in a makeshift clinic in the premises of the hospital where the ART clinic was situated, because the hospitals were full of COVID-19 patients. And WLHIV was screened with an HPV test. Those who were negative were advised a repeat HPV test after 3 years, and those who were HPV positive and eligible were randomized to the two treatment arms. So all these randomized women underwent a repeat HPV test 1 year after randomization or treatment, and those who were positive were then evaluated with colposcopy, biopsy and treatment as required. So we tried to look at the effect of the intervention on the primary and secondary outcomes among women living with HIV. The primary outcome was HPV clearance after 1 year after randomization or treatment, and the secondary outcome was CIN2 plus disease in these women. So if we look at this busy slide, the HPV clearance was significantly more in the HPV screen and treat arm in the intention to treat as well as the per protocol analysis. There was non-significant decline in the CIN2 plus disease in women randomized to arm 1, that is the screen and treat arm in the intention to treat, as well as the per protocol analysis. So according to the pre-specified non-inferiority criteria, the HPV screen, VI, triage and treat strategy was non-inferior to the screen and treat strategy. Actually, the WHO 2021 guidelines suggest screen and treat strategy, screen, triage and treat strategy for women living with HIV based on the modeling exercises that were done using Tanzania as the example. So our study supported these WHO 2021 recommendations. However, we have also reported certain advantages of the screen and treat strategy in women living with HIV in India, where the HPV prevalence in women living with HIV is not as high as the women in Africa, and it may be adopted in the program. So experience from the developed countries has shown that women living with HIV who undergo regular screening have the high grade disease detection rates that are comparable with the general population, with the fifth of the global burden of cervical cancer in India and the third highest burden of HIV infected individuals. We need to implement management of pre-cancer for this high risk population with vertical investment and without depending on the obstetrics and gynec departments. Thank you very much. I thank the Indian Council of Medical Research for supporting the study, and I thank my mentor, Dr. Shankar Narayanan.
Inviting up next, silver recipient Dr. Shubhi Virmani from AIIMS, Delhi, and requesting Debajyoti to be ready up next, to be followed by Dr. Jayanta.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am here to present our study, which is potassium tetrite coconut water modulates gut microbiome and induces clinical remission in patients with mild to moderate ulcerative colitis. It is a double-blind randomized placebo-controlled trial. Talking about inflammatory bowel disease, it is an immune-mediated chronic inflammatory condition of the intestine, which is of two types, as ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease. So looking at the data generated by our group and collaborators prior to starting the study, we have seen that dietary potassium and reduced risk of IBD. Urinary potassium has an inverse relationship with fecal calprotectin, and high potassium diet reduces inflammation in DSS model of colitis in mice data. So our research question was that coconut water, which is high potassium in diet and has anti-inflammatory effects, does it improve the disease activity in ulcerative colitis? So our aim and objective was to evaluate the effect of coconut water as anti-inflammatory and microbiome manipulating therapy in inducing remission in patients with mild to moderate ulcerative colitis. Study was done at AIIMS, New Delhi. It is a single center prospective double-blind RCT. We have included mild to moderate UC endoscopically active patients, and the patients which are taking drugs affecting potassium hemostasis are excluded from the study. So intervention group received coconut water, which is 250 mg of potassium in 100 ml. They have received 200 ml of bottle, and the control arm received a placebo, which is coconut flavored water, along with their standard medical therapy. So study design was that patients were randomized in two arms, coconut water plus SMT and the placebo plus SMT. Patients were evaluated in every 2 weeks up to 8 weeks. So this trial was started in 2019, was withheld due to COVID, and restarted in 21 and ended in 22. So adherence estimation was done by bottle count. Outcome measures, primary outcome was clinical remission at 8 weeks. Secondary outcomes were clinical response, treatment failure, and adverse event. Since it's a first study, it's a pilot study, so we just went ahead with 100 patients at the sample size. So patients were assessed for eligibility. They were 121. Some 100 patients were randomized, 50 in each arm. And 34 patients completed 8 weeks in the intervention arm and 23 in the control arm. Baseline features are comparable between the two groups. Diet analysis and adherence was done, and increased potassium density in coconut water group than placebo and baseline. Increased fiber intake was also seen in coconut water as compared to the placebo. So clinical and endoscopic outcomes, we have seen a higher clinical response and remission in the coconut water group as compared to the placebo group. In the composite outcomes, we can see that there was a higher response, clinical remission was higher in the coconut water group, and we can also see that fecal calprotectin was really lower in the coconut water group. So microbiome outcomes were done between the coconut water group and NEAT group, and beneficial bacteria was seen in the coconut water group. Adverse events were comparable between the two groups. As per limitations, we have limited samples for fecal calprotectin due to COVID, and endoscopic outcomes for all the patients could not be evaluated. We can summarize that coconut water was more effective than placebo in inducing clinical remission and response in patients with mild to moderate ulcerative colitis. Gut microbiome was positively modulated in coconut water group, and coconut water could be a safe and adjunct therapy for patients in mild to moderate ulcerative colitis. Our study was published in CGH, which has an impact factor of 12, and we can also conclude that coconut water can be a safe, effective, and low-cost dietary intervention for patients with mild to moderate ulcerative colitis. It should be further evaluated in larger multi-center studies for global acceptance. I really want to thank our AIMS IBD team and ICMR for the study. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Inviting now the gold recipient Debajyoti Chakrabarti from CSIR IGI.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I am I'm presenting on behalf of a very, very talented student, Sundaram Acharya, who is now a postdoc in Japan, so he's not here. So I'll talk about how we are advancing indigenously developed CRISPR systems for gene therapies in India. I don't have to say that gene therapy is very real, and at this point in this world, there are people like you and me whose genes have been altered, diseases have been corrected just a year back. So it does work. So there are people who have been cured of diseases like beta thalassemia and sickle cell anemia. However, the bigger problem or the bigger challenge than the Nobel Prize, which was given in CRISPR therapy, is actually how to make this affordable and accessible. Because the one-time cost for such a therapy in the US is right now at 20 CR per patient, 20 crores. And the most number of patients in the world actually come from India and Africa. So the situation is very grim in terms of making this affordable in this country. The major reason for this is because of the very, very complex IP landscape of CRISPR technologies, which is owned by MIT and Berkeley, and thereby it is almost impossible unless this can be broken through in some way. In 2019, me and my colleague Dr. Shobik Maiti, who was the director at IGIB, we showed for the first time that there is an orthogonal Cas9 from Francisella and Novicida, which was not characterized till then, has an extremely high specificity but very low efficacy of genome editing inside cells. So it gave us a lot of advantage for safety to correct genes, but it did not give us the advantage that it could be used for a possible clinical trial. So this paper, which ICMR has kindly given us an award for, is how we have engineered this Cas9 to make it accessible, make it possible to make gene editing and correct diseases. I won't go into details, but essentially there's a lot of protein engineering of the FNCas9 we had discovered in 2019 to make it more able to correct genetic mutations with a very, very high efficacy, almost as good or more than the currently approved clinical trial SPCas9 molecule, but more importantly with almost 1,000-fold or more specificity. So when it goes and cuts a single region in the genome, it only cuts over there, it doesn't cut elsewhere, as opposed to some of the other Cas9s which are being used, which have been used in clinical trials. And we have also shown that it can be used for correcting point mutations completely. This is just to show by the collaborators at LV Prasad Eye Institute, where this is iPSCs from a patient who is completely blind. When you use this Cas9 to correct the mutation, these cells which have lost this protein from childhood can actually gain it back. So they are taking this ahead for a clinical trial for blindness, where these iPSCs will be injected as a retinal sheet behind the eye. What we wanted to do was to actually try to take this further to correct diseases, and one of the major diseases that has been shown to be successfully, where gene therapy has been used is sickle cell anemia. And with the help of Government of India, we actually managed to set up a gene editing course. So I have to say that because of the innovation of this Cas9 technology, we were able to get a US patent on it, the first patent from India and the only patent from India on CRISPR. And naturally, it gave a lot of, flexibility in trying to take this ahead for therapies. We made a GMP cell therapy production unit, all based on this study at CSR IGIB, entirely funded by the Government of India. And Nature, in its editorial last year, talked about how we tried to use this technology to actually save the life of a single girl through an in vivo therapy into the brain. We were unable to do that. The girl passed before we could actually give this therapy, but it became a landmark kind of collaboration across many scientists across the world to come together, including in India, to save this kid. But the most important aspect which we are currently doing is to develop what is called a BIRSA 101, which is for the sickle cell patients, which is in India from the tribal areas. It's based on this technology, which has been patented, and we are correcting the mutation. BIRSA 101 is, of course, in honor of Birsa Munda, who is the tribal superhero, and hopefully we will be able to take this very soon into patients. And the idea is that we are correcting the patient cells. Through apheresis, the CD34 stem cell population comes out, and that is then gene corrected and put back into the patient. It should be a one-time cure at a fraction of the total cost that is currently available outside. As you can see, this is an initiative, a very far-sighted initiative from the Government of India. So there is not a single entity of the government who is not involved in it, and it's very, very aptly spearheaded also by DHR-ICMR and Niti Aayog, along with all the other secretaries. I told you already about the LV Prasad trial. Our collaborators have used the same Cas9 also to make dual AAVs to actually correct other diseases, and now it is available for tech licensing to different applications and different companies. So yeah, with that, I would like to end. There's a long list of people who are involved, but I thank you for taking time to listen to us and ICMR for this award. Thank you very much.
Inviting next silver recipient Dr. Jayanta from IIT Delhi and AIIMS, and requesting Dr. Manisha and Dr. Das to please be ready for up next.
Okay, so good afternoon, and first of all, thanks ICMR for the grant as well as the recognition. So as you know that there are many modalities for cancer treatment, but immunotherapy will bring lots of different advantages and also gives disease-free and progression-free survival. But the immunotherapy efficacy also depends on the number of TILs. Generally, in the case of cold tumor, the number of TIL is very low. So one way to improve the TIL is to exploit this CD40 and CD40 ligand interaction. So it is present in most of the immune cells. When you add the ligand, so all the immune cells, including macrophage, neutrophils, dendritic cells, T cells, B cells, all get excited and they get proliferated. So the problem of this, that people know that this interaction is very beneficial for increasing the TILs, but it is still not approved by the FDA because of the toxicity. Because as soon as you inject, within 24 hours, you will get both hepatotoxicity as well as the immunotoxicity. And also it will increase the immune checkpoint protein expression. So what we did, that we have added a small molecule which can take care of few problems which is associated with this CD40 agonist antibody. So the formulation what we made a nanoparticle where the agonist antibody is decorated on the surface, and the small molecule which can take care of the immune checkpoint protein expression in the core of this nanoparticle. So we first checked the drug loading efficacy, and then we did some in vitro macrophage activation. You can see here that the immunosomes, we gave the name immunosomes, and it can increase the macrophage activation in vitro. It also increased the concentration, or you can say the serum alpha CD40 level, and it increased over time, which is generally happened in the case of nanoparticle. It decreased over time because of the slow and controlled release. So, and also it increased the accumulation of tumor. Generally, you see this when the nanoparticle has more accumulation in the liver, but in our case, we found that tumor has more accumulation than the liver. Next, we make the model, the glioblastoma model with the GL261 cells, and we did 2 doses, and you can see here the immunosome can completely cure or completely disappear the tumors from the mice, which bearing the GL261 tumors, and you will get that 100% survival. And when we check this, what is the reason behind it? We found that it increases, means the immunosome increases the CD8 T cell proliferation or infiltration into the tumor microenvironment. It increases the infiltration of macrophage, M1, DC, and as well as the B cells. And also at the same time, it decreases those which helps the cancer cells to proliferate, like T regulatory cells, M2 macrophage, and also MDSCs. We also check the concentration of the pro-inflammatory cytokines and the anti-inflammatory cytokines. You can see here both the pro-inflammatory cytokines concentration is increased in the TME and decreased the anti-inflammatory cytokines. We also found that immune checkpoint protein expression was also decreased with the immunosome treatment. But the toxicity, when you see here that we didn't see any sign of toxicity, first we checked the body weight, and also we checked the ALT-AST level and as well as the histology, which indicates there is no toxicity which is found with the immunosome. And similarly, we also checked the immunotoxicity, which is also reduced with our immunosome treatment. Next, what we did, we waited for 3 months because there was no tumor, and then we want to see if it will get relapse with the further treatment or not, because the relapse is the problem for the cancer treatment. And when we injected again the cancer cells, we never found that without any treatment there is any growth of the tumor. And we found that the reason behind is that it still at the, like after 3 months, you can still find the memory B cells, memory T cells, and also we can see that the nice formation of the germinal centers in the secondary lymphoid organ. So in summary, what we found that the immunosome can control the tumor promoting cells in the tumor microenvironment and increase the anti-tumor cells, like the cells which can kill the cancer cells. It increases the splenic immunity, and on the same time it decreases the hepatotoxicity and the immunotoxicity. Finally, it is also capable to increase the immune memory, which can further reduce the chance of relapse. Thank you.
All right, we heard about the best publications, the Research Excellence Award for best papers. But it is post-lunch, and many of you will be feeling a high sugar level and might sleep. And you need to learn something from this. And I have an exercise for all of you. And the exercise is, I want all of you to think about one question, and then I'll go one paper by one paper. There were 9 papers. And I want you to think why this paper got an award. And give me an answer. I'll ask 3 people to give me an answer, one randomly from 3 different places. But all of you think, did you get my question? I'll give you an example. Why, and first I'll try with my co-chair. See, we have to set an example. So I'll ask Dr. Sanghamitrapati to demonstrate to me one question. Why do you think the rabies survey, it's a survey, why do you think it got an award Just 2 or 3 points, not very detailed. But why do you think? It's nothing to do with right or wrong. I'm just asking you. And you all think and see if you agree with her or not. If you disagree, you can give me another point. But maybe Dr. Prati will tell us why she thinks that this paper got an award.
Thank you, sir. For me, this study was the first ever pan-India survey which captured the rabies burden. And also they used not only survey methodology, but also incorporated decision modeling to find out the death due to rabies, which is a very strong programmatic need. Many times program asks, so what is the true burden of rabies? And second, it was very timely to meet the programmatic requirement. And third, it was a teamwork across the country.
So excellent. I have only one thing to add. It had actionable findings. The program can use them. So largely we are both agreeing that we think that this is why we think it is. So why am I making you do this? I want you to do this so that you can put what you are currently planning to do, your next intramural grant or extramural grant, to this test. That is it like this, where there is we don't know the burden, we can use a combination of methods, we don't know what to do, the program really needs this information, and you think that the program, if it gets this information, even the Supreme Court might use this study to think about rabies, right? So timeliness and the problem and everything else. And so what is a winner in research? A winner in research is the one where the idea has one thing, which all of these 9 I'll go through. If you think about them, they will have something, some zinc thing. Here, this was the zinc thing. Does anybody have another idea why this paper? One more? 2 of us have already said. Yes? Yes? If a microphone could be provided, that would be very nice. Introduce yourself.
Sir, I'm Dr. Vani Srinivas from ICMR NCDIR. Sir, rabies has no cure and the vaccine has been rolled out for that. The study also quoted like how many of them have been vaccinated by first dose and third dose. So that was good. And then the previous estimate, it has shown less, like 5,000. So it's showing even the prevention is working kind of thing. Yeah.
So there can be multiple good things about a project. I'm not asking all the good things of the project. I'm asking what was the winner? Why did the jury decide, there was a whole panel, it went into a good paper. So there cannot be 50 things that you start saying, this was also there, this was also there, good points. But don't think like this. Think because it illustrates a principle. And I want people to just say 1 sentence or 2 sentences or 3 sentences. So this was, we showed you an example. Don't tell us that we did not demonstrate. And she did a beautiful job. So that is good. Because I knew you would know the answer. You are a public health person. So that's why I posed the question to you. And this is it's not rocket science, but I still want to do this. Why did the transgender paper, when water, sanitation, hygiene for transgender, a simple qualitative research study, why did it win a medal, award, a silver award? Who will give a shot to that? If there is 1 or 2 or maximum 3 things that you feel, this is why this paper won an award. Because unless you can spot it, after even the award is given, it is very difficult to spot what you are doing. Remember, what we do, we think is the most important. But why is the question. So if you can spot the winners in this, my feeling is it will help you. So it's not something just like it's actually a training of your mind as to how to think. But what do you think was the winner here? Why did this paper get into a good journal? It was selected for this. Kaun batayega? Yes? Can somebody give a microphone? And just sentences, no, 2 or 3, your rationale. Don't give a detailed explanation.
The very first point over here is...
Can you please introduce yourself?
I am Professor Patro from Jivaji University, Gwalior. The very first thing I felt is everybody talks about the two genders, male and female, and particularly in point of sanitation and toilet use in public places. Nobody, or perhaps very few people have ever thought about this question.
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And it was done very carefully.
Oh, good. Another one, so that's one. Another perspective. Or you think that it should not have got an award if you are so quiet? यहाँ पे भी एक है. There was this person here, scientist. Yes? Kaushik?
I'm not a scientist.
No, no, don't need to be a scientist.
What I think is the papers that have actually won the award.
No, not all papers.
The
transgender paper only.
Okay, so for me it's a general in terms of the impact that it can have and in terms of the possibility and promise it has to change lives.
Okay, good. That's very generic. Yes?
Hello, I'm Dr. Suruchi from ICMR headquarters. I think it targeted a neglected population.
Yes.
And the impact of it will not only be that on that neglected population, but others as well.
Good. So we have heard 3 people. I don't want to hear too many. But I'll tell you why I thought it won an award. These reasons are perfectly all right. All 3 reasons are excellent reasons. And the angle is, from what you're saying, I would say, it is equity. It is that feeling that you are a human being and you don't have a basic, something as basic as using a toilet. You are not able to do that because of, something that you have no control over. So I think that was the driving force, the human neglect, as you said, a very vulnerable population, and something as basic, and then exactly that nobody has thought about these people and something can be done about it. It is not an impossibility that you say a trans woman may also use a lady's toilet or a trans male could use a gent's toilet. So these are the kind of things which make a very simple paper special, and it can win an award. That's what I'm trying to illustrate, that here it is not, the first one was all about public health. This is about individual's dignity. To me, it is challenging the dignity of a person, that the person has to know, for a simple thing like using a toilet, doesn't know what to do, has to think about it. Yeah, good. Do you like this kind of challenge that I am giving you? So think about the third one. The pediatric TB with and without COVID, basically trying to illustrate that COVID was something which was very mild in children, but did it have a basic biological response similar to adults or not? Why would you think that paper won an award? It was a basic paper. Anybody? Anybody thinks, or all of you think कि पेपर को अवार्ड मिलना ही नहीं चाहिए था? अगर कोई नहीं बताएगा तो मैं यही सोचूंगा आप कह रहे हो कि जजेस पता नहीं कौन थे, या कोई यहाँ पे है भी कि मैंने हाथ नहीं दिख रहे मुझे? Anybody please? अरे वो कहीं से भी हो.
Sir, one is about the importance, but what I felt
No,
most
NIRT
appealing
is
is...
not supposed to answer. But since you were not at NIRT at that time, I'll allow
Yes, sir. I really appreciated the methodological rigor with which the study was done, exactly looking at all the inflammatory markers that should have been done. So I think the question couldn't have been answered much better than the way in
Okay,
which
you
they've
think
answered.
it is the method and the rigor.
Yes, sir.
All right, other people? Unless I hear 3 people, I'm going to keep asking you. Somebody has to talk. इतना बड़ा हॉल है भाई. You are 200-300 people. 2 लोग नहीं बता सकते कि आपको क्यों लगता है? तो जीत गया वो अवार्ड, तो बता दीजिए. डॉक्टर पात्रा आप पहले बोल चुके हैं. ऐसे लोग इतने तो 300 लोग सोएंगे, 6 लोग आंसर करेंगे. ऐसे नहीं. बताओ भाई, कोई भी बताओ. नहीं तो मैं I will point at somebody and ask. Should I? यहाँ ये देखो, इससे बेटर है कि आप लोग बता दो ना भाई, कोई भी, मैं कोई मना थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ, हेड क्वार्टर, टेल क्वार्टर.
Sir, Neeraj from headquarters. I think COVID in kids was a very genuine question to be answered, and this study very clearly differentiates why it happened in kids, and the question had a value in itself. That's why I think it was a very good paper.
Okay, and one more. One more. हाँ हाँ, ऊपर जाइए.
Sir, myself.
Can 2-3 people take these mics? यहाँ पर 2-3 हैं, मैं हम इसी को तीनों यूज कर सकते हैं.
Sir, myself, Dr. Ajavir from National Jalma Institute, Agra, sir. And I think, sir, this actually because the children have mildly affected with this COVID, and identifying the immunological marker that in the children can be helpful for the future therapy in adults also. So this is the major importance of this project in my view, sir.
Okay, so you are saying what was said by the, I am asking, could all of you are right. I am saying nobody is wrong. But I'll give you one additional perspective. Yes, it was something which was not as well studied. So if you are the first one to study something, even if it is not as important, you will probably get published and noticed. So be the first one is a good idea. But for me, inherently, in addition to the rigor that you said and the possible implication, one thing was that it was a smart idea because COVID on its own was not actually causing so much inflammation in kids. But what they did is they took tuberculosis as a model, that TB with and without COVID, and tried to show what it does in conjunction with TB. So they might have done because they were only working at NIRT. But some idea has to come to your mind how to use where you are working and how does it relate, how can you use that idea. So these are all good reasons. This is what I thought in addition to all the things you said. All right, we'll go to the bisphenol paper. Do you know, remember which paper? You may not even remember. Postprandial blues. हाँ? कौन सा पेपर था भाई, बताइए कौन थे वो जिन्होंने प्रेजेंट किया था? हाँ, कौन है भाई, वो बताओ कौन, खड़े हो जाओ ना, उनकी शक्ल देख लेते हैं. हाँ, खड़े हो जाइए डॉक्टर साहब, जरा दिखा दो सबको. आप आए थे यहाँ पर, डॉक्टर शांता सबुज दास, वो मेल फीमेल ये रहे है ना, ये सब इन्होंने किया था प्रेजेंट. बताइए जी, why do you think this paper won an award? Yes, Dr. Bharti, did you get a water or a microphone? Oh,
hello. Sir, here I would like.
Yes.
So I am Dr. Nadraj from NIRT. Here, sir. Sir, this actually this chemical has been banned. He clearly mentioned in some countries it's been banned, and but it's still used. So it's of public importance. That's what I feel, and it causes
public importance. नहीं, इतना लंबा बताओगे तो फिर तो कहानी लिखोगे भाई, किताब थोड़ा ही लिखना है. एक सेंटेंस बताओ, क्या स्मार्टनेस थी, क्या अच्छा था, क्या चीज चूज की जिसकी वजह से पेपर जो है वो ठीक हुआ. भाई आपको सबको मेथड तो हर चीज का ही ठीक करना पड़ेगा, मेथड खराब करोगे तो खराब हो जाएगा. बट आइडिया क्यों, व्हाई डिड दिस, और रिजल्ट भी होगा तो जो आया है रिजल्ट वो तो आया ही है. आई एम आस्किंग, जब उन्होंने शुरू किया था तो रिजल्ट थोड़े पता था, तो मैं पूछ रहा हूँ कि इसमें क्या अच्छी चीज थी आपके हिसाब से. गुड पॉइंट, एक ही लाइन में बताइए. अच्छा बताया आपने कि it is of importance because it is a banned chemical still being used. It is of importance. Anybody else?
Yes, sir. Sir, this is Dr. Mradul from NIMR. Yes, sir.
अरे कहाँ हो?
Yes, sir.
यहाँ पे ना, या तो इधर मेरे ऊपर लाइट आती है या उधर.
Sir, basically it is addressing the gut-brain axis. So how this compound is regulating the gut-brain axis?
वो तो कोई ना कोई चीज को तो हर चीज करेगा, कोई गट ब्रेन को करेगा, कोई किसी और चीज को करेगा. तो क्यों, why this paper one? Because gut brain axis ही सबसे important है.
So gut microbiota, sir, gut is also called as the second brain of human. So
आपका मतलब कि माइक्रोबायोटा की वजह
yes,
से
sir.
पेपर
So,
को अच्छा
yes, sir.
ठीक है
In my opinion, this is the reason.
All right. और कोई somebody else
hello
has
sir.
another
Yeah,
opinion?
sir, this is Vikrant from NIRR-CH Mumbai. Sir, I feel the uniqueness of this paper is about the sexual dimorphism. Normally, when we look about, I mean, we analyze microbiota, we really don't differentiate. But this paper very clearly highlighted the difference in sexual dimorphism. That is the
Excellent.
main.
Very good point. 3 हो गए या एक रह गया? हो गए. ठीक है. More or less, I agree because it is a huge public health importance. The way we are seeing that all these chemicals are changing our lives in different ways. They are changing the way fertility is, they are important for cancer. And this sexual dysmorphism was a good idea to study and see that it was not causing as big an issue in females, causing a problem in males, and therefore trying to link it with some kind of a implication. So all these are good ideas. All right, let's go to hepatitis C. Hepatitis C treatment. It was not new. Hepatitis treatment तो पता किसी और ने किया, दवाई भी किसी और ने की. तो ये पेपर को क्यों अवार्ड मिला? ये PGI वाला, मैडम डॉक्टर साहब खड़े हो जाएंगे जरा, हैं? हाँ, वो देखो उन्होंने किया था प्रेजेंट. अगर आप सो रहे थे तो अब याद आ जाएगा. हाँ, बताइए. थैंक यू. प्लीज सर. थैंक यू. 3 people will tell me their thoughts.
सर.
Yes.
अच्छा, खड़ा होना पड़ेगा.
बोलिए बोलिए, कोई बात नहीं, मैं देखूं या ना देखूं, आप बोलिए.
Sir, Ranadip Chaudhary from Society for Applied Studies. One reason is that this study showed effectiveness of a public health model or implementation of a public health model to show effectiveness of a very chronic condition of hepatitis C. So a real world experience.
So real world effectiveness, efficacy is known, real world effectiveness. Okay, anybody else? ऐसे नहीं, माइक्रोफोन लीजिए और पूरा सेंटेंस बोलिए. एक वर्ड ऐसे चलाएंगे तो मैं उसको कबो नहीं मानूंगा. देखिए, ये सब थॉट है, ये नहीं है कि आप एक चीज बोल दीजिए. आप सोचिए कि ये पेपर आप ये स्टडी करते कि नहीं, मैं ये पूछ रहा हूँ.
Myself, Dr. Rajesh Pandal from ICMR near Bhopal.
Yes.
Sir, low cost treatment.
लो कॉस्ट ट्रीटमेंट से स्टडी को क्या फर्क पड़ता है?
Sir, for the people, for the common people.
Okay. ऑल राइट. वीक है आपका आर्ग्यूमेंट, वीक है. मतलब खाली कहना कि लो कॉस्ट है तो मैं कोई भी लो कॉस्ट ट्रीटमेंट ले लूं तो उसको मैं वो चला दूं, तो वो बात तो ठीक नहीं है. पूरा बताइए लो कॉस्ट क्या क्या मतलब. खाली लो कॉस्ट से तो बात नहीं बनती. हाँ
सर, I am Dr. Subrat Kumar Pallo from ICMR RMRC Bhubaneswar.
Okay.
So I think the innovation that they have come up with, the kind of advocating a new regimen for the treatment of treatment of hepatitis C and further reducing the complications or further progress because of hepatitis C. That is a great idea. So that is why this is captured.
Okay. चलो एक और कोई और. Yes, आपने बहुत देर से हाथ खड़ा किया था. Wait. I have microphone.
Sir, this is Dr. Burde from ICMR NIV. I think the paper covers overall story, sir, right from diagnosis up to the treatment and reversal of the disease. Okay. And that gives a complete picture of
all right. जैसे एक हाथी होता है ना, वो स्टोरी पढ़ी ना आपने, एक elephant. Somebody will see the tail, somebody will see the trunk, somebody will see. So good. Everybody is bringing out new thing. Last one from Dr. Pandey.
So it is a model for the National Viral Hepatitis Control Program. We are using drugs like sofosbuvir and valpatasvir. So this is also very
programmatic use हो गया ना,
yes,
खत्म हो गई बात. गुड. तो ये सब सभी ठीक हैं. मैंने क्या लिखा था जब मैं सुन रहा था कि क्यों मिला, क्योंकि हेपेटाइटिस सी ट्रीटमेंट in a program setting at scale. I thought of these two things. मैं आपको just share कर रहा हूँ, बाकी सब ठीक ही बोल रहे हैं कि scale पे भी किया, not only effectiveness but at scale. Different places, a lot of centers, and useful directly for the program. Finding use directly to, if it was successful, you would have thought that it would be then
given to the program will take it, it will change, then everything else comes, low cost है, वो होता है, नहीं होता. Low cost इन्होंने थोड़ी किया, low cost तो generic ने किया. तो इनका तो वो काम नहीं है, इनका काम तो ये है कि इन्होंने ये करके दिखाया कि हो सकता है और बहुत अच्छे रिजल्ट है, 93% एफिकेसी उसमें आती है, 93% इफेक्टिवनेस है, वेरी सिमिलर, एंड दिस इज पॉसिबल टू डू एट स्केल इन ए प्रोग्राम सेटिंग. दैट इज व्हाट फॉर मी turned it into gold. But you may all have different ideas. Okay, and we will not ask the person who did it because वो तो बड़ा लंबा लेक्चर देंगे कि क्यों किया, लेकिन हम सब ये सोचते हैं. तो आप कैसे सोचते हो उस पर डिपेंड करता है. लेट्स गो टू द नेक्स्ट वन. HIV, women, people with HIV, women with HIV, with HPV infection, comparing screen and treat with screen, triage and treat. भाई किसने प्रेजेंट किया था? फॉर दोज हु वर इन पोस्ट प्रैंडियल, अपने उसमें नशे में थे, वो कौन थे? हाँ, मैडम ने प्रेजेंट किया था. डॉक्टर साहब सब देख लीजिए, ये मैम ने प्रेजेंट किया था. बताइए 3 people who will say why would that paper win an award? क्या है, एक जगह स्क्रीन कर रहे, कभी ट्रीट कर रहे, कभी स्क्रीन कर रहे, कभी ट्रायज कर रहे, कभी ट्रीट कर रहे. क्यों क्यों अवार्ड मिला आपके हिसाब से? अरे सब सोच रहे हैं मैडम आपको अवार्ड ही गलत मिल गया है? या ये कह रहे पता नहीं क्या हुआ. बी टेल मी, व्हाई डू यू थिंक दिस गॉट एन अवार्ड? यस, हु विल ट्राई?
सर रणदीप.
है कौन? रणदीप? दोबारा नहीं, एक आदमी एक बार. देखो 300 लोगों ने बोलना है. I want everybody to get a chance. So those who have not spoken, otherwise I'll start pointing. ये बोलो, ये बोलो, ये बोलो. एक रो से पूछूंगा. बताइए.
So this is Dr. Rashmi from ICMR, National Institute of Translation Virology and AIDS Research.
Yes.
In women living with HIV, as everyone knows, the HPV prevalence is much higher. And secondly, this sort of an intervention is something that can be directly applied in the program, wherein women living with HIV are seeking care. So it's a really good intervention that can be directly applied.
Okay, can be directly applied is important, and is this thing okay? Anybody else will try? Yes, yes, sir. See, it is, everybody is right. Just share what you think. Why this paper? आप wonder तो कर रहे होंगे ना जब बोल रहे थे ये इसको अवार्ड क्यों मिला, मुझे क्यों नहीं मिला?
So this is Pankaj from ICMR Jodhpur. So I think पेपर जब उन्होंने शुरुआत किए थे, she very rightly said कि जो स्ट्रैटेजी है जाम्बिया के लेवल पे बनाई गई है या HIV में कैसे HPV को स्क्रीन करना है, तो उन्होंने एक ऐसा एग्जाम्पल यहाँ दिया. इंडिया में अगर 2 स्ट्रैटेजी लगाई जाएं तो विच वन बी बेटर? सो आई थिंक इट वुड बी अ स्टार्टिंग पेपर टू स्टार्ट थिंकिंग इन टर्म्स ऑफ लोकल.
Okay, excellent, because what you are saying is there were 2 real program options.
Yes, absolutely.
One that came from Africa and WHO, and then they thought that there could be via triage. Yeah. Maybe we can simply screen and then treat everybody, and that is what they were trying to compare and see what the results would be, and that it would be directly used in the program. 2 लोगों ने बताया, तो किसी और का थर्ड आदमी? Anybody third? Or is 2 reasons are more than enough?
Dr. Naveen sir, National Institute of Virology. So sir, this is to look at the impact of the co-infections. So the HPV may be one, but this provides insights when we are treating, so we can take care of the other co-infections as well.
Why do you think they took patients with HIV to do this? Why not do it in general population? Because women with HIV are at a greater risk of HPV, and that is why probably they did it. So what I understand is in terms of co-infection, that it increase the risk, and you may want to treat, before you treat others, you may want to treat the HIV positives for this, because commonly it would lead to cancer. In any case, all these are good reasons that this was a good paper. As I said, important issue, both HIV and HPV co-infection as an important issue. program options, and they were true, real program options, one coming from another country. They wanted to see whether they could do it, another option for India, and that they thought would be useful for the program to know whether to go this way or to go that way. Good. Coconut water. Coconut water and inflammatory bowel disease. Yes. Who presented? For those of them who have forgotten about the paper, we had someone present it. हाँ, वो देखिए. Okay. All right. Tell me why. What is so good about that paper? क्या coconut पानी पिला दिया तो ऐसा क्यों idea है? हाँ.
Sir, this is Shyam Chauhan, ICMR chair.
Yes.
Actually, this is one study which shows that, something as routinely used as coconut water can have medicinal importance to treat things like ulcerative colitis. It can benefit.
All right.
That's what I feel.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Saab, यहाँ पे. Anybody who gets the mic can speak.
Yes, sir, I can also speak.
Yes, please go ahead then, Dr. Belagavi, director.
Suvarna Rai from National Institute of Traditional Medicine.
Okay.
Sir, this is a global problem, but thinking locally. So these are, you have remedies at your doorstep.
Vocal for local bana do.
Yes. So you are empowering people directly with a solution that they are likely to face.
All right. Third idea, somebody was speaking, they wanted to say, and then I'll ask two people here.
Actually, this is a repeat because this needs long-term this allopathic treatment has to go for very long. So maybe naturopathic local solutions, as sir mentioned, could be explored.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Kulkarni and piche.
Sir, I
नहीं आपका हो गया, आप दोबारा नहीं.
So I think this can impact clinical nutrition guideline for the disease, which has direct impact. And secondly, I like their placebo. I was thinking, what is the placebo they used? So they used, so that shows creativity. So that I liked.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So all of you are right. But the way I thought also about it is that, see, everybody gets an idea. You may have noticed something, some patient may have come and told you, you said high potassium foods are good. You say, what is the best high potassium food or drink that I have? You say coconut water comes to your mind. They actually tested it, actually did a randomized control trial on that idea that they got of high potassium drink and tried to show whether it had a true adjunct treatment benefit or not. All of you are right, natural treatment, local food, and so on. Everybody is right, but very innovative in its own way, right? For all the reasons we heard. That it is about when you observe something or think about something or read something, you don't have to just always think about it in one way. You can think about it in multiple ways and say, और कोई idea आ जाए तो छोड़ना नहीं. Then either prove it or disprove it. Right? If they did the trial and found no benefit, that also would have disproved. But if it proves something, then it can be a good treatment for a clinical nutrition guideline and so on and so forth. But the idea is if you get any observation or any such idea that this is the kind of food, or this is the kind of thing that may help, then prove it. And the best way for a clinician to prove it is a clinical trial, is a randomized controlled trial. They have access to patients. The patients listen to them. They can randomize them to either getting coconut. Nobody will object. It is very easy. And you can actually see. And they showed some very big differences in the end. But that is not the reason why the paper is good. The paper is good because of all the reasons we all said. Good. Let's go to the next one. CRISPR, Cas, the new Cas, indigenously made new Cas. जिसने याद नहीं हो तो देवो ज्योति जी खड़े हो जाइए.
Yes sir. Hello.
जरा दिखा दीजिए आप कौन थे. बैठिए. IGIB.
Sir,
yes, one here.
I am Dr. Suresh from NICPR. Here.
बोलो
Here.
क्योंकि हेयर में कई लोग हैं जो खड़े हुए हैं वहाँ पे.
So first of all, this is the first ever Indian-made CRISPR method, and second thing is rigor and method. He has taken a lot of genetic engineering to make it more specific, and third is that it is one of the best example that is bench to bedside. He created in the bench and took it up to the bedside for the public health. Like he can.
Okay, no, short. हो गया. तीन बार बोल दिया बहुत है तीन चीज.
Sir, the biggest problem with CRISPR-Cas is off-target effect, and this is one CRISPR-Cas system that has been developed, which does not have that much off-target effect, which is the biggest plus.
आपने अपना नाम नहीं बताया.
Sir, I am Shyam Chauhan, ICMR chair.
हाँ तो एक बार आंसर दे दिया.
Sorry, sir. Sorry.
Sir, I'm.
इधर बोल रही हैं रोली.
Sir, I'm Roli Mathur, ICMR Bioethics Unit Headquarters. Sir, this is a study which is leading to affordable and indigenous treatment for a heavy burden of genetic diseases in India.
Sir, I'm Dr. Ashok from National Institute of Virology. Sir, it's an advanced therapeutic application where we could see the rare diseases like sickle cell thalassemia where treatment options were of poor or no hopes, but this study is giving hopes.
Okay. All right. Anybody else has any pressing other reason?
Sir, this is Dr.
आपने तो
Bipin.
कह दिया sir पहले.
Sir, this is Dr. Bipin from.
Somebody who has not spoken, only those.
Dr. Bipin from NIH Mumbai. So this is something in line with what Dr. Roli Mathur just now said. I raised my hand just before that, but point is similar. Is that
similar है तो रहने दो.
So the point is that something this study breaks the barrier of IP and something that needs to reach even the most poorest of patients.
Okay, thank you.
This makes it available.
लंबा नहीं, इतना लंबा नहीं, छोटा एक दो सेंटेंस बस, ठीक है. Very good. आपने कहा breaks the barrier, reaches the poor. Good. So मैं भी एक आंसर दे देता हूँ. मेरा आंसर था no brainer. It is a no brainer means इसको तो सोचने की जरूरत ही नहीं है क्यों अच्छा था. इतना अच्छा था. Very good. Excellent work. It was a simply no-brainer, brilliantly thought through. कोई एक ऑब्जर्वेशन किया, उस ऑब्जर्वेशन में देखा ऑफ टारगेट नहीं है लेकिन एफिशिएंसी नहीं है, तो उसके ऊपर काम किया, इंजीनियर किया, बनाया, उसको इस्तेमाल करने की कोशिश किया. I mean, यहाँ पर तो कहने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं है क्यों अच्छा था, ये कह रहा हूँ. ठीक है, नो ब्रेनर ये नहीं कि इनके ब्रेन नहीं है. मेरे लिए नो ब्रेनर था कि दिमाग मत लगाओ, इसको सोच के बस ये देखो कि कितना सुंदर है. ठीक है, इट वॉज मेस्मराइजिंग, ब्यूटिफुल, वेरी गुड वर्क. एंड दिस इज हाउ यू ब्रिंग ग्लोरी टू इंडिया. बिकॉज ये मुश्किल नहीं है, ये नहीं है कि और लोग नहीं कर सकते ये काम, हमारी लैब्स में कर सकते हैं. लेकिन एक चीज़ को पकड़ के उसको चलते जाओ और उसको छोड़ो मत. इनको जो ये क्या FN क्या था आपका, FN9, Cas9, ये बहुत लोग कईयों ने कई देखे होंगे पर छोड़ दिया होगा, परसिवियर नहीं किया, परसिस्ट नहीं किया, उसके इफेक्ट्स नहीं देखे, तो उससे कितना फ़ायदा हो सकता है. यू हैव सीन दैट देन दे हैव बीन एबल टू टेक इट मच फर्दर देन दिस. अभी भी the only thing, it's a very nice paper. There is not, you can't use your brain to say why is it good. It is actually very good anyways. The point is, the day we will have the first gene therapy licensed in India, I'll give you the best medal that I can give you. Okay. Thank you. Glioblastoma, nanoparticles, Dr. Jayanta Bhattacharya ji, where are you? हाँ देख लीजिए ये वाला पेपर. बताइए, who will tell me, the ones who have not spoken yet. देखो बड़ा नैरो होता जा रहा है, लोग लास्ट है अब तो, 3 ही लोग चाहिए. यस, बस कोई नहीं है. यस, यहाँ 2 हैं सडनली. डॉक्टर तरुणा.
Dr. Taruna from Division of Development Research Headquarters. So immunosomes is a very novel idea that they have tried to use in the preclinical model, and that is why it is a first in the world formulation that has been developed at IIT Delhi, and that's why his paper possibly got selected. Thank you,
Good.
sir.
Anybody else?
So something similar to that, but not exactly. So the point is that, you know, this is a glioblastoma multiforme is a very, you know, aggressive tumor. Treatments, you know, there are treatment options are really limited, not very effective. And it's a very unique treatment that they have used the immune system, activate the immune system to increase the immune cell infiltration and clear the tumor. So that's.
दो हो गए, तीसरा भी कोई है? नहीं तो मेरे वाला आंसर ही दे दो कि नो ब्रेनर है. ठीक ठाक ही, मतलब इसमें ज्यादा सोचने की जरूरत नहीं है. यहाँ पे बताइए. इधर दीजिए एक माइक्रोफोन. Please give here. Give him a mic.
Myself, Wahab Ali from Adam RIMS Patna. So as immunotherapy treatment for cancer is very expensive, and using as immunosomes they showed, that reverse the all that the symptoms of cancers, and beautifully they showed how the immune system altered and saved the patient.
All right, all good. Everything is good. I don't have anything to add. Again, I think it was very nice, very good work, very novel work. But one thing which is common to everything, you all could find eventually after a lot of cajoling, but you were able to find 2-3 reasons why this paper was good. Why did it get published? Why did it get citations? Why the jury who looked at it thought it is useful, it is impactful. Almost all of them, whether it was rabies, transgender, the pediatric TB paper, the bisphenol, the vitamin C treatment, the screen and treat HPV strategy, coconut water for IBD, the CRISPR-Cas9, FN-Cas9, the indigenous technology, or this immunosome for glioblastoma. All of these had some science, and some had much more science. The last ones, particularly the basic science one, had much more science. But the key thing was all were usable in some way or the other. If you can take this forward and you become successful, it would have large impact on people's lives. So if you use these acid tests, do something which is not done, just copying somebody who has done something in outside and you're doing the same thing, unlikely to win you any award or any feeling of gratification in your mind. Something new is a must. Doing it well is a must. Dr. Srinath said it was well done. No paper, no publication is worth its salt, worth anything if it is not done well. So for me, that is a given. You have to do it well. You have to use good methods. You have to use the right methodology. But the idea, for an idea to be a winner, either it has to be cutting edge science, it has to be completely new idea or where it is under researched, and something which will touch the lives of people. We are doing medical, we are not Indian Council of any research, we are Indian Council of Medical Research. We want it to change the health, either prevention or management or treatment of something which improves lives of people by improving their health and well-being. If you use these, or you go around and think, now I'll ask you another question, and this is to the innovator. If you were to think at the time when you started this study, how many publication equivalents will it win? Would you be able to say it would win more than 10? When I say publication equivalents, I don't know if you all know, but I'll have to explain, maybe you may or may not have read the IJMR paper on ICMR iris, where one paper, one publication of primary research is 1 unit. But if you publish it with high scientific impact, you get more, you get 2 more. But if it has an impact on people, clinical care or public health or anything to do with which will change the health of people, then you get at least 10 more. So think about it, all of you, whether if you were planning this study, would you have thought that it would get more than 10 publication equivalents? Probably answer will be yes. Let's take coconut water. And that person thinking about it, the AIMS, I think it was Professor Vineet Ahuja, he would have thought, this is an important problem. This is something which we know gets better with, there is some evidence that high potassium, these fluids, if I understood correctly, might have beneficial role. And if my RCT with coconut water succeeds, I could put it into clinical care practice and guidelines, and it might go. Then you would have said, okay, one paper, one thing to publish. If it gets published in a good place, maybe 2. And some chance, a 10, 20, 30% chance that it would change clinical practice. Then you say, okay, I can maximum expect 13, and there is a reasonable chance, at least 10, 20, 30% chance. 0.1% chance तो सभी का होगा. But 10-20% से ज़्यादा और probability अगर आपकी है कि ऐसा पेपर, तो उस पे टाइम लगाओ. मैंने कई लोगों से पूछा, कई इंस्टीट्यूट्स में, जब आप ये पेपर कर रहे हैं, आप बताइए इसमें से कितने पब्लिकेशन इक्विवेलेंट्स की उम्मीद है. थोड़ी देर बाद बोले कि 1 या 2. फिर मैंने कहा मत करो. Don't do it. Right? If you are already saying that मैं कुछ भी कर लूँ, मेरे को 1 पेपर ही आएगा इसमें से, तो फिर क्यों 3 साल खराब करता हो? सोचो कि शायद कुछ चांस तो होना चाहिए कि it will lead to something useful. Maybe you will change your winning percentage. It is about a percentage game. See, it is not that all research ideas will win, but you want to maximize your chances of winning. That's all I wanted to tell you and illustrate by these 9. It is not just कि किसको अवार्ड मिल गया, किसको नहीं मिला, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है. तो अच्छी बात है मिला अवार्ड, अच्छा एनकरेज होना चाहिए. पर आपको क्या फायदा हुआ जब आप यहाँ आए और आके सुना, उनकी सारी बातें सुनी 5-5 मिनट, तो आपको तो कोई फायदा नहीं हुआ अगर सोचा नहीं तो. मुझे क्यों फायदा नहीं हुआ अगर मैंने नहीं सोचा, तो मैं तो सोचूंगा कि क्यों मिलता है इसको, ऐसे किया. ऐसे वालों को मेरे को करना नहीं है, पर मुझे फंड तो करना है. Then I will fund the papers, the new projects that I see which have tenets like these ones, like where I see the people will get more impact. Every opportunity is an opportunity to learn. I'm not doing any projects, but I'll keep learning every day. When you are doing projects, ऐसे नहीं होता कि 3 में आ जाओ तो 3 में आ जाएंगे. डॉक्टर पॉल कहते हैं फर्स्ट 3 में नहीं बोला राजीव, डॉक्टर बहल चीटिंग करते हैं. ऐसे थोड़े होता है. एक जने को डिफरेंटली सोचना पड़ेगा, तब जाके बदलोगे. ऐसे नहीं बदलेगा कि भैया आप बदल दिया ठीक है हो गया, ऐसा नहीं होता है. तो ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है. आप इतनी दूर से आए हैं, अपना टाइम बर्बाद करके आए हैं, लगा के आए हैं, उसको इन्वेस्टमेंट में कन्वर्ट कीजिए. कन्वर्ट दिस टाइम इनटू इन्वेस्टमेंट. आई एम सिटिंग हियर, आई एम नॉट डूइंग माय वर्क that I was supposed to do in my office. If I don't learn, then I am wasting my time. But if I am using it to learn, then I am investing the time. If I am using this to encourage you and to show you something, the way I think, the way I think you can think or should think, then I am using and investing my time. Otherwise, I am wasting my time. So every one of these opportunities are learning opportunities. हम सब बोलते हैं, टूर रिपोर्ट में आप सब लिखते हो, जाके लिखोगे हम गए, हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा, हम वापस आए. पर ये भी सीखिए. Okay? Now, sorry for this very long thing, but you know what I'm going to ask after the next round. Innovations के बाद मैं क्या पूछने वाला हूँ. दो ही सवाल है, मैं अपना क्वेश्चन नहीं बदलता हूँ। सबसे पूछता हूँ आपके इंटरव्यूज में कि आप अपनी बेस्ट 3 चीजें बता दो। आपको क्वेश्चन भी पता है, आंसर भी तैयार करते हैं, फिर भी फर्क आता है, क्योंकि क्वेश्चन पता है उससे कुछ नहीं है, आंसर क्या है उसमें बात है। ओके, वी कैन स्टार्ट।
सर एक लाइन मैं भी बोल सकती हूँ। Sir, I think we witnessed why they say that great minds discuss ideas. Though my favorite was the on-day surprise rapid fire. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, spotlight now on innovations and inviting the gold recipient, Dr. Manisha from the National Institute of Immunohematology to make her presentation. Requesting Dr. Das to be ready up next.
So good afternoon, everybody. I'll be sharing our kit, qualitative G6PD deficiency point of care test. The hard work has been done by Dr. Rucha, Dr. Ati, and the team at NIH Mumbai. So G6PD, as all of you know, is one of the most common X-linked disorder that leads to oxidative damage and therefore makes individuals susceptible to hemolysis. It is estimated that 500 million carry mutation and India has approximately 115 million people who are living with G6PD deficiency. The prevalence of G6PD is very high in tribal population, ranging from 2.3 to nearly 27%, with an average overall prevalence of 7.7%, which was demonstrated by our multicentric study in the tribal population. So G6PD deficiency, individuals are usually asymptomatic, but that they can manifest with acute hemolytic anemia when they are exposed to certain drugs, especially antimalarials, in setting of certain infection-induced hemolysis, and also importantly neonatal jaundice. So individuals, so babies with G6PD deficiency can develop neonatal jaundice. Some of them may require phototherapy and can have kernicterus. So that is the reason why it is recommended to do neonatal screening for G6PD deficiency. And in rare occasion, you can also get chronic non-spherocytic hemolytic anemia. So screening for G6PD deficiency is usually recommended when you are thinking of doing a radical cure for Vivax malaria, as well as in high prevalence regions, especially country like ours, population, especially male newborns, should be screened for G6PD deficiency, as they may manifest with high bilirubin when there is a time to discharge. So after 2 to 3 days, they can start manifesting with hyperbilirubinemia. And that is the reason why G6PD deficiency should be screened early. G6PD deficiency test, unfortunately, is not available in the periphery and in majority of the hospitals. Recently, there are some point of care tests which are commercially available, but they are expensive. And that was the reason why we were suggested as an institute which has been working for many years in G6PD deficiency, right from describing the first case of G6PD deficiency 50 years back from India. So we have utilized a standard enzymatic technique for detection of G6PD, just adapted it so that it is simpler and can be done at the periphery. So you have a ready-made reaction mix to which you just have to add 10 microliter of drop of blood, and you get results within 5 minutes.
So currently in India we have DPIP method, which is expensive, ranging from 200 to 300 rupees, and this in-house PUC kit, at least to us, cost near only 20 rupees, and this is something which will be very useful in the field, and it really does not require any technical expertise or special instruments. And this was a technique which was externally validated and shown to have good sensitivity and specificity of more than 96%. And it was transferred to my labs for technologies transfer. I think this will be a very, very useful technique if once commercialized to be deployed in the periphery. Thank you so much.
Inviting now the silver recipient, Dr. Das from ICMR National Institute for Research in Bacterial Infections, and requesting Dr. Sambit Ghosh and Rohit Bajaj to be ready.
Good afternoon. So today I would be presenting a brief background on EnviroQ, a diagnostic assay kit for the common enteric viruses. The institute where I worked, the mandate was cholera and enteric diseases, and we were doing diarrheal disease surveillance for the last 10-15 years. And we always noted that in children, viral diarrhea predominated. Like more than 50-60% cases were always rotavirus initially, and also other viruses. However, the doctors were prescribing antibiotics to even children. So when the vaccine was introduced, rotavirus vaccine was introduced in India, so we thought that we should develop a molecular assay so that we can do the study both pre-vaccine and post-vaccine efficacy. So over here you can see that there is not too much of difference if we see total viral diarrhea even after introduction of vaccine in 2019 in West Bengal. We see that the overall viral diarrhea is 48%. So when we looked into the market and we had a discussion with pediatricians and also did a survey in the diagnostic laboratories, we found that there were very few molecular assays which were available. And they were very costly, 5,000 to 6,000 was the cost. Only group A rotavirus antigen ELISA was available. And if you look at that, the charges I have mentioned over here, based on the survey, the ELISA was 950 to 1,400 and other molecular tests were 5,000 to 6,000. And some of them were closed systems and they were used only in the corporate labs. So that is why we developed this assay, which is a multiplex assay which will detect rotavirus, norovirus 1, norovirus 2 and human adenovirus. These viruses were chosen based on our previous 20 years surveillance data, based on their frequency. So the advantage of this kit is that it allows detection of multiple enteric viruses. It has a very comparable sensitivity and specificity with the imported assay kits. And it is cost effective. Like we could estimate cost of 200 INR, and the results were generated within 2.5 to 3 hours. So this is how the prototype kit looked, and it has been now transferred to Mall Bio Limited. So I'm just skipping the procedure. And after developing and doing in-house validation, we also did a third-party validation of this kit at CMC Vellore, which is a referral lab for rotavirus, WHO lab for rotavirus. And they also they gave the result of 97.8% specificity and 100% sensitivity. Furthermore, it was also tested at Kasturba Medical College, Manipal, and National Institute of Epidemiology. So 3 labs gave a good validation results, and now the Mall Bio Diagnostics is actually developing it into a TrueNet system. So this work was primarily done by 2 of my students, Shubhrata Mitra and Rituprita Saha, and I also acknowledge Director Nirbi for support and the financial support as well as encouragement technical staff and all the research scholars of my division, and ICMR, DHR, VRDL for the financial support. Thank you.
So IIT Kharagpur now with a mighty 10 because they have 2 presentations to make, one for gold and one for the silver that they've been recognized with. Do we have Dr. Sambit Ghosh and Rohit Bajaj? If not, may I request Nikunj Malpani from IIT Bombay to please make your presentation.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is Anurag Meena and I am a co-founder of NeoDocs. And what we do is we enable diagnostics on your smartphone. So utilizing your smartphone, we can diagnose different parameters and making it as easy as clicking a picture with your smartphone. About us, like we, Nikunj, Pratik and myself, we started NeoDocs. We all three are engineers by education. But we have a great interest in healthcare, and that's where we started working in this domain in 2020. And with a panel of clinicians and advisors, scientific advisors, we started developing tests, point-of-care diagnostic tests. We found that there are different reasons where globally the screening for a lot of non-communicable diseases is low, as well as India lags further by almost 60 to 70% in spite of having a lot of point-of-care devices available globally. And that's where we started working on this problem statement. And fast forward, what we do is build point-of-care diagnostic tests. If you can see it in my hand, it is as small as this for detecting 11 biomarkers in urine. And all you have to do is dip it in urine, take it out and click a picture and it generates the report within a minute. And similarly, for hemoglobin, the device is as small as a pen drive where you just attach it to the smartphone and generate the results. And what we realized while looking at the existing solutions was that though the solutions exist, but many of them have been designed for a market which is like Western oriented and not necessarily designed for a country like India where there's a lot of diversity. As small as like having a language change could impact the usage of the device. So here is like one of our tests where you just require this smartphone app of ours, the test card, and that's it. It generates the result within a minute. Similarly, we have another device for blood creatinine where you have whole blood and it gives the creatinine value within 60 seconds. This along with the UACR test, we are able to generate the EGFR values as well as the risk categorization according to the globally accepted KDIGO guidelines on A1, A2, A3 for screening CKD patients, and CKD being a asymptomatic disease where people are generally diagnosed later and the risk categorization, at-risk population is high of hypertensive patients, diabetic patients. That is where it comes in handy. Similarly, the hemoglobin device, all you need to do is just do a finger prick, insert the cuvette in this device and the results are generated within 5 seconds. We have benchmarked these, the performances against gold standards, done multiple clinical studies and real-world studies on these devices. We have been granted multiple patents in India and US and have publications in Indian and international journals on these devices. And what we do a bit different is we provide the same values but in a different way. We have changed the way how these tests are done. So all you need is your smartphone, the smartphone being internet connected. We can create population level insights for policymakers or decision makers where you can go get to know about the gender, age or abnormality distribution between a population. Since we use a smartphone, we have made these applications vernacular where someone using it in Tamil Nadu on ground in PHCs can have the interface in Tamil, someone using in Maharashtra can have an interface in Marathi, and when we moved out from the lab or from our offices to the ground, that is where we realized that having just everything in English was trivial when we were building it, but on ground it works differently. And since we have a smartphone as a user interface, we can make rich interfaces where we have videos which guide the users and all these things we realize that increase the adoption of these devices and tests on ground where actual frontline workers are using it. Making all these tests digital makes it tamper-proof as well as helps us integrate it with EHR systems or ABHA ID systems in our nation. And we are already doing a lot of screening in India and with a few products also outside India in a few other countries. And thanks to ICMR for the opportunity and all the support that ICMR has provided us while developing these devices.
And we now have the team from IIT Kharagpur inviting you once again to make both your presentations. And requesting Dr. Gyanendra Singh, Dr. Munia Raj and Dr. Vandana Singh to please be ready with your presentations to follow.
Good evening, everyone. So, the awards what we got for the two major technologies, one of them is for RT-PCR MTB detection kit, and the other one is hemoglobin. So, rather than sticking to the slides and explaining you about science, which you already know much better than us, we would like to put some light on the impact what we are trying to create. Why did we think of bringing these kits to the market from the lab? So with ICMR's vision and GOI's vision of making India, like eliminating TB from India, there are two things to be understood. One is with the existing setup, how much utilization could be done of whatever things are available. So when I'm speaking of devices like RT-PCR devices, which we procured majorly at the time of COVID as well, and the other setups like Cepheids and TrueNATs devices, which are being used widely. But considering the existing RT-PCR devices, they could be utilized in much prominent way or much promising way if we create something which is open source, as in any RT-PCR kit which can be used on the platform for screening more and more TB cases at NAD level. But this was again limited to BSL-2 labs where the devices were installed. But what about the places like PHCs, sub-PHCs, where the actual patients are being screened at, using smear microscopy or now X-rays, digital X-rays? So a lamp, which is just a 15,000 to 20,000 rupees worth of device, can be installed over there. That can become the first level of screening where we provide colorimetric lamp-based kits and we can do MTB detection over there. Those cases now can be transferred to higher. So hub and spoke model to be created, where the hub would become BSL-2 labs, district hospitals, sub-district hospitals, and spokes would be PHCs, sub-PHCs, where these LAMP devices can be installed. So these are the two major products what we are working for MTB. One is RT-PCR based and the other one is LAMP based, which can help in screening maximum population in a very small amount of time and quite affordable as compared to the rest of the tests available in the market. During the TB Innovation Summit, it was mentioned that the test price should be somewhere around 120 rupees. So that is what our agenda is, to create such a big impact, to have such a mass production so that that price is being achieved and India can screen the maximum population and the NTEP program becomes successful in the coming 2 to 3 years. So this was majorly about TB. I would like Sambit to introduce about hemoglobin.
Can we get the slides, please? Yeah, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, dignitaries sitting on the stage. We all, again, I'm not going to explain the science and technology behind it because, again, you guys understand better. So the idea was pretty simple, to build a technology which could, take us to the last man standing in the real Bharat which we speak today, not just tier 1, tier 2 cities, but the real Bharat extending to tier 4, tier 5 cities. And that is when we partnered with ICMR, MDMS, along with the entire team. We were able to launch HemoQR. One of the largest challenges today in India is anemia being such a prevalence, and many national guidelines and programs are run around it, be it Anemia Mukt Bharat and multiple other programs under GOI. So the idea is pretty simple, to build a kit which would not require any external device. Your mobile phone would just become a device. Just put a drop of blood in the strip, click a photo, and within 30 seconds you get a gold standard category result. I would not really go, due to the interest of time, I'll not get into the statistics and the problem statement because today everybody understands the problem statement related to anemia. I'll quickly, run down to the technology front. Again, it has got the entire end-to-end solution, and today it has been used by across, I think, 25,000-30,000 ASHA workers as we speak today to screen larger populations. And with the help of the entire MDMS team and ICMR, we have been able to do multiple validations across top-tier institutes in the country, which has given us a very, very good result as compared to gold standard. Pretty simple, prick a single drop of blood, put it on the strip, scan, and within 30 seconds you get the result. We again have a very real-time integrated dashboard which gives you all the relevant data sitting at the comfort of your office. The collector, DHO, can see the anemic prone zone, the larger population, and where the program for screen to treat could happen at an instant level. From the impact perspective, I think we have been able to reach those tier locations of Bharat where even the nearest PSC is multiple kilometers away, and we have been able to identify risk population, anemic population in these regions, and given with the technology front and the dashboard, those screen and treat program has been successfully deployed. Not further things, I think the entire ICMR CDSU has been very much helpful for us in building the entire technology front as well as from the deployment perspective. Thank you so much.
And up next, we have the gold recipient, Dr. Gyanendra Singh from ICMR NIOH.
So good afternoon, everyone. So this is a patent, the international patent that has been granted recently. It's a diagnostic device and method for differentiating asthma COPD overlap syndrome, that is ECOs. Now it's called ECO. The S has been removed from asthma and COPD. So this is the part of MedTech internship that I was given during 2017-18. And fortunately, we could develop something, and then ICMR granted me another grant to take it full-fledged. So this is in collaboration with IIT Kharagpur, and all this, the biophysical work has been done in IIT Kharagpur. So by definition, asthma by its purest form is a reversible hyperresponsiveness, while COPD, it says irreversible and obstructive ear inflammation. And because since I am from occupational health background, so we do see these kind of cases more in our disease pattern. So, and in between, there is a ECO, is characterized by the persistent airflow limitation with several features usually associated with both asthma and COPD. So actually, we never wanted to work on ACO. We wanted to have to differentiate between asthma and COPD because sometimes it's very difficult for clinician to differentiate it, and moreover, it requires more expertise with spirometry and the resources. So we wanted to have a certain biomarker that can differentiate between these two and can have a device that can measure even at the PSC level. So this I will not go into. This is asthma, 150 million worldwide, and for COPD it's more than 65 million cases, and it's a third leading cause of death that was predicted by WHO by 2030. And ACO, So the problem is that it shares both the patterns from asthma and COPD. So it's again difficult. Even asthma COPD is difficulty, now there is a ECU more. But what happens if the patient doesn't get a good treatment or the right treatment, the things get worsened. So that's why we wanted to have at least some biomarker that could define this disease entity. So the novelty was with this work was with the first reported that we have screened around 18 biomarkers with multiplex PCR, and it was a very hard work because several times we have to repeat this thing. And after that we wanted, because of the limitation of funds, we wanted to have at least 3 biomarkers to have a proof of concept that is working with our device or not. So the marker that we have chosen is IL-4, 5 and 13 because of the specs advice. So that was a schematic overall of our sensor development. So we have blood samples from ECU, asthma and COPD patients cohort, and we have separated serum, and we have gone for indirect ELISA for all these biomarkers. And then because we have to make sure that this thing is working with the validated part. So we have done in parallel with the ELISA, and then we sorted out all these 3 markers, and then the development of sensor we started. So while doing all these things, so we have found that this IL-5, IL-4, IL-5 and IL-13 would be more dysregulated among 3 entities as compared with the control, because everything has to be controlled and it has to be significant, as you could see. Then this sensor fabrication started. So we have a serine-plated gold electrode, and we have a special chemical called 3-MPa, mercaptoethanol, and we put we got to bind this gold AU S bond, and then we have an NSC activation that opens the CO group, and then we have mounted antibody with it, and then the antigen of choice. And the good thing about this process that you can do it at 37 degrees Celsius, though it does not require refrigeration that most of the kits, LSA kits would be needing. And thus we have tested in a while this IL-13, the first of its prototype in our own laboratory, means at IIT Kharagpur, and the device is very miniature. You have to just put a 120 microliter of serum, and that will test, and on the basis of cytokines, it will tell you where it's going towards. It's going toward asthma because of this the interleukins that you selected, or COPD or ACO, as compared with the control. And we have this biochemical mechanisms that, Kharagpur guys know better than me. This is called Nyquist plots that depends upon impedance, a kind of resistance with all factors included. And this is device characterization because they were very wanted to have a particular set of these things, that it has been characterized properly. Certain molecular group was attached on these things, and the gold reactor was pure, and everything was validated at each and every aspect. And we have seen before and after what happens if you mount antibody, if you mount antigen, and probably the overall results. And this is a Nyquist plot. That's why it's like impedance based. And the publication we have reached is in biochemistry, though it is not very good impact, 5.8. And this utility would be, this can add a diagnostic tool for clinician when overlapping symptoms of and COPD exist. And it requires very limited medical infrastructure and can be used as a primary screening at the PSCs. And this is a patent, this is a national patent, and this is international patent we got. And this is Korea, just we got this patent. And the documents are IIT Kharagpur, and the support from ICMR, because I am from ICMR, so definitely is a proud moment for me that now I'm presenting my study in front of ICMR people. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Inviting next the silver recipient, Dr. Muniaraj, ICMR Vector Control Research Center Field Unit, for his presentation.
Good evening to all. The work I am going to present here is the device for developing germ-free and autobiotic mosquitoes. This was a small intramural study which was started 4 or 5 years back, and this study was approved by our former director, Dr. Aprup Das, and the study was later done successfully after that. And before going into the details, I want to just explain what is germ-free and what is autobiotic mosquitoes. Germ-free means the mosquito without any detectable microbes, and autobiotic means the mosquitoes with the known type of microorganisms. In the environment, every organism is surrounded by a lot of microorganisms, and the body, the animal's body, the organism's body acquired the microorganisms from the surrounding, and those microorganisms adapted to live on the surface of human body or animal body. They are calling it as normal microbiota. And they are doing a lot of wonderful work for the normal well-being of the animal. In mosquito also, they are doing a lot of wonderful things, and if certain types of microbes removed from the gut flora, then those mosquitoes are not able to reproduce, not able to mate. And so in that way, finding correct microbiota will offer a novel way to control mosquitoes. So germ-free animals comes here. Germ-free animals are invaluable tool. We can test the role of each and every microbiota only with the help of germ-free organisms. So germ-free organisms only can tell us what type of microorganism play, what type of role in its development. So in higher animals, a lot of equipments available to study the effect of microbiota, but in mosquitoes and insects, there is no such device is available. We have attempted to develop this device to do that study. So under that, the objectives are to design and develop equipment for growing germ-free and autobiotic mosquitoes, and then to investigate the role of normal indigenous microbiota in the survival of mosquitoes. So this is that particular device. Seemingly it may be very simple, but it can do wonderful work. The whole setup you can keep inside the autoclave, you can sterilize it, and you can, this device provides an opportunity to see the researcher to investigate the mosquito which are growing inside the device, and the device also provides sterile air into the device, and it also removes the used air which is from inside the chamber. So by using this device, one can successfully grow mosquitoes in a totally germ-free conditions. For this device, we got 4 patents. One is from Indian patent, and one is international one, and another one is from Malaysia, and another one is from Indonesia. And this is the results of that study. You can just see the normal mosquito, how they are different from germ-free mosquito. Usually the germ-free mosquito are so fragile and it is lacking all the abilities, because that is why I told the normal microbiota are very essential for its normal development. And in this study, in these results, you can see the germ-free mosquitoes without any detectable microbes, and this side is normal mosquito with a lot of bacterial growth. This is the outcome of that study. The percentage of egg production was low in germ-free mosquitoes, and pupae to adult conversion is also very low, and emergence also very low, and egg productivity, egg hatching ability also very low when comparing with the normal mosquitoes. And I thank ICMR and I thank our director for giving support to conduct these studies. Thank you so much.
This is from a field unit. So I would like to really give a big hand to this presentation. Thank you.
Inviting now the silver recipient, Dr. Vandana Singh's presentation from ICMR National Institute of Nutrition, and thereafter we'll have Dr. Gandhi, which shall be the final presentation.
Very good afternoon. This project is based on the herbal drug development, and this research is taken based on the reverse pharmacology approach. In this one herbal class is selected for the menopausal syndrome, and currently the hormone replacement therapy is the only available and approved by regulatory authority as a treatment option. How I have selected this understanding of disease in the modern due to estrogen deficiency menopausal syndrome is there. When I evaluate this in pathology of Ayurvedic medical science, there are some other factors are also involved in this disease. So I have re-evaluated the pathogenesis of disease. So here, based on Anukt Vyadhi Chikitsa Siddhant, I have developed complete pathogenesis in Ayurveda pathology. After that, according to this, there are the 3 factors and pathological factors we can see. And according to the very near similar similar modern terminology also mentioned, but these are the just near similar, not exactly the same. So for this pathological factor, I need 3 pharmacological property, Madhur, Tiktarasa, Jeevani and Medhya. So based on this principle, I have innovated this particular grass for the menopausal syndrome. This research involved, I am a clinician, so I am practicing various treatment, combination of plants for treatment of various patients. So one of my treatment, I got so many patients, so I thought I should take it to a larger scale. So I entered into research with my clinical experience. I entered into ICMR to take. So I validated this all the claims through the constructive and validated animal models. These are the few highlights. The efficacy, first non-hormonal therapy evaluated based on the uterotropic assay according to the OECD guideline, and it's clearly demonstrated its non-hormonal activity. And its long-term effect here, the disease group is the OVX, standard is conjugated equinestrogen, and DS1, DS2, DS3 are the 3 different dose levels. We can see after the 6 months of the continuous treatment, there is no harmful effect by the therapeutic DS1, DS2, DS3, but in standard treatment, we can see there are hyperplasia signs are present. Its efficacy on the bone health, standard drug has the better efficacy on bone mineral density, but based on Ayurveda principle, asthikshaya, it means qualitative and quantitative deterioration of the bone. It should include the qualitative parameter also. So I evaluated the collagen and cartilage content in the femur bone, and it's significantly, we can see DS2 and DS3 are showing a better result of collagen. So parallelly, I calculated the bone morphometric osteoblast osteoclast bone turnover ratio also. And this is the effect on the body composition. Usually by the estrogen, the increase in the body fat, and we can see in my experiment also, there is the total fat and fat percentage is significantly high compared to the disease group and the treatment group, DS1, DS2, DS3. And if we on the metabolic syndrome, since it having the fatty liver symptoms, in OVX, there are the microvascular changes present in the disease group, and standard group, there are the moderate quantity of vesicular fatty degeneration present, but DS2, DS3, there is absent vesicular changes we can see. These are the different animal model. Pathological factor in the liver disease model, we can see there are the liver necrosis and damage of these hepatocytes. Later on, this effect on the serum biomarker also showing the efficacy of the DS2 and DM1 and DM2. And its effects also evaluated at the scan electron microscopy level and molecular level. These all showing the reversal towards the healthy liver, healthy hepatocytes, restoration of the mitochondrial number. So it's suggesting its mechanism. It's in Ayurveda, it's acting on the Dhatu Agni, Bhutagni and Dhatu Agni. So I can validate by this technology. Since Ayurveda, I want to take it to till commercial stage, so I have developed that varied quality marker from API to the till prototype level, till I have completed the work at ICMR. Now currently, after completing my this research work and fellowship at ICMR, I moved to the pharma industry to continue my research and to bring it to the market. So I have presented to various industries. Now one of the company, Nita Life Sciences, has taken up and they are ready to present. Now they are under they are evaluating by their BD group. So they are further TRL 7 to 9 I will take up. So robust clinical trial and commercialization, and I will continue till completion reach to the public domain. Thank you.
And now for the final presentation, we have Dr. Gandhi from IIT Bombay, the recipient of gold.
All right, so being the last speaker, I hope your attention is still alive. So I'm going to talk about these compliant mechanisms for high precision surgical robotic platform development. Okay, so I'll begin with showing my lab where our work goes on. Maybe next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, can I operate? Yeah. Okay, previous one. Yeah, okay, I think I can operate here, sorry. This is one lab where our activities go on, and this has been funded by our generous alumnus Raj Mashwala long ago, 2003, and it catalyzed a lot of interesting developments in the area of this medical technologies and microdomain kind of fabrications. Okay, so I'm going to talk about little bit glimpse about the microdomain fabrication also. It's maybe relevant for this audience here. So what is the compliant mechanism? I'll begin with first. As you can see in the figure here, there are these two linkages which are flexible. They are like a scale, our scale, which can bend. Okay. And so these compliant mechanisms, they work only by this bending of the linkages. And the innovation here is how do you arrange them so that you get beneficial motion. Okay, so here we have arranged them in a fashion that can produce exactly like a rotary motion. And the rotary motion is such a way that you at this point O, which is called RCM, remote center of motion, there you get the motion is such that if you attach a tool which is going into your eye surgery for eye surgery, then this point of remote motion center happens to be the point where you make a incision in sclera. Okay, so that's where you don't want any motion to happen, otherwise your eye will get disturbed. And this is automatically by construction of this mechanism itself, we are getting this kind of a idea. So that is a basic idea of this kind of a research. Okay, so why this is important? Because these kind of a mechanisms, they offer very high resolution, because our conventional mechanisms where there is a friction, there is joint and there is a friction in the motion, or there are some sliding elements against each other, that causes the precision to get deteriorated. Okay, so these compliant mechanisms, they are very, very high resolution. Their repeatability is superior. There is no friction, no backlash, no lubrication requirement. So in the environment of medical domain, you don't have this kind of a chemicals or lubricant or any other kind of a chemicals coming into place. No maintenance, no power, no wear and tear. Okay, so there is no wear and tear because there are no compounds rubbing against each other. So no maintenance and very low power requirement. They can work because they are flexible flexible linkages having very, very less weight. Okay, so these are plethora of advantages that they give, but they come at a cost. The cost is that complex analysis and the motion analysis is complex here. So that's where our research comes in picture. Okay, and our research have resolved some of those issues in a very smart way. So this is our mechanism for this remote center of motion, and now I'll show you some video and its applications. So if you see in the video, you can see that the point here is the end point of this needle is where the remote center of motion is. There is no joint there, but the motion happens to be such a way that as if there is a joint, and that's what is useful for something kind of like a eye surgery. Okay, so this is one of the main ideas of this innovation. And we have used that for then creating this kind of a torque sensor, again used for some kind of a innovative surgical force measurement application. And this is where we have done a good amount of this is very different from current torque sensor available in the commercial domain. Okay, so this works in the principle of digital output rather than analog output. So it is prone, the analog sensors are prone to noise, and this has very less noise because of the digital output. Okay, and this is how the typical scenario will look like, where we have this entire robot developed here for eye surgery purposes, and then this technology is the load cell is here incorporated here, and some compliant mechanism is incorporated in the actual motion. Now I'll spend a minute on other activity which we have started off like, somebody, like previous talk was talking about mosquitoes. When the mosquito bites you, you hardly get any pain. But surgeon gives you like a needle, like it is a big pain. So now imagine a way like, we have these micro needles which are like a mosquito needles that are sitting on your skin and they're kind of giving you drug without any pain. Okay, that's what like we have like developed a technology which is
versions.
Simplified version.
Easy to handle.
चलिए सुचिता जी आप भी बता दीजिए.
Sir, it fits the all the criteria of a screening test like high sensitivity, high specificity, inexpensive, can reach to mass and point of care and addressing the public health problem. So all criteria.
So some common things are all address important public health problem.
All
All
of them
can
are-
be used. They are simple to do. They are most of them are easy to use. They are good for our own systems, our own patients. And they are all indigenous. These are all very good common things. Yes, Suchita, what else is common to everybody?
Sir,
Suchita कौन है? आप तो लग नहीं रहे आपकी आवाज से. ये हाथ खड़ा कर रही थी ना इसलिए इनको पहले बोल.
So I think everybody has said the same thing, that they are unmet health need driven.
वही बोल रहे हो.
Indigenous, affordable, accessible, adoptable as well for public
Very
health
good.
and accurate.
अब
Accurate point
जो
of
बोले
care
वो
technology.
ऐड करे भाई. अब हाँ कोई अब जो बोल रहे थे वो बोलिए. Add something new.
So all were related to Indian societal issues. I mean,
तो
those
बता
who
दिया
were
मैंने तो
common to
समराइज भी कर
India.
दिया. ये आप फिर भी वही बात कह रहे हैं. I just summarized there for our own population, made in India for India. Good. और कोई नई चीज?
So first in the world patented.
First in the world सारे तो नहीं है. सारे first in the world नहीं थे. Patent नहीं पूछ रहा मैं. I'm not asking patents. I was asking only technology first. So I have very good. All of you have been listening, so you didn't sleep. That is very good. And the only thing I wanted to add is, all of them are not, they are all validated. They have all clinically validated tools. Is that correct? And you know, which one was not? Huh? Which one, which technology was not validated?
And few are supported by startups.
नहीं नहीं पहले बताओ ना. या नो बोला मेरे आंसर को तो पहले तो वही पूछूंगा. सुचिता ये लिस्ट नहीं थी वो. हाँ फिर कैसे कोई बोल रहे. बताओ फिर कौन सा नॉन वैलिडेटेड था. नो बोल रहे हो.
सर आई सर्जरी.
अरे भाई एक मिनट ध्यान से सुनो. दो बातें आप चुपचाप सुन लो पहले. They were all validated and approved. Were they all approved by CDSCO? जिसने बताया सारे टेक्नोलॉजी वाले लोग. आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी CDSCO अप्रूव थी. ये किसी ने नोट नहीं किया और किसी ने बताया भी नहीं है ना. तो इशू इज के दे आर अप्रूव्ड बाय द रेगुलेटर. द टेक्नोलॉजीज दैट वर चोजन, बिकॉज आई नो दिस, बिकॉज मैंने लिस्ट ही वही मांगी थी. मैंने इनको कहा था या तो गलत लिस्ट दे दी किसी ने, लेकिन मैंने कहा था सिर्फ उन्हीं लोगों को अवार्ड देंगे टेक्नोलॉजी का जिसकी टेक्नोलॉजी रेगुलेटर, इंडियन रेगुलेटर ने अप्रूव कर दी है. आप मेरी बात को समझने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं सब लोग. आप तो कह रहे हो नो, यस, वैलिडेटेड, नॉट. इट हैज नॉट ओनली बीन वैलिडेटेड बट अप्रूव्ड बाय द रेगुलेटर फॉर मैन्युफैक्चरिंग. They can actually sell this product in the market, which basically means that it has reached that level that it can change the practice and can be used. It is not simply ke ho sakta hai. We are not avoiding that. Patent, yes, patent is not yet exploited. It has been granted, but it has not been commercially or otherwise exploited. But the technologies are all approved. So you give them all a very big hand now, if you did not know that. Excellent. That's all I want to say. Now I will ask both the additional DGs to give their wisdom. Before that, I have to say one thing so that I don't have to speak again. Tomorrow there will be a session starting at 9:35 where I will not make a presentation. I will only have a discussion with you. So how many people are here who are extramural, not from intramural institutes. A few. Okay. No, extramural ICMR nahi puch raha. Most of you are ICMR, some are non-ICMR. So if tomorrow the non-ICMR come, they are happy, we are happy to participate. But if most of you are ICMR, then I would ask you both of you, both types, depending upon who comes. There is only one question, and that question was asked, so I want the answer from you. It was asked by Dr. Vinod Paul, or stated as an expectation, that he says, each ICMR institute should become a global leader in its own domain. So NIN has to become a global leader in nutrition. NIV, a global leader in virology. Occupational health, a global leader, immunohematology or blood disorders. So it is not only ICMR, very good that it is not only the whole of us, it is also each institute. So please think that is your homework for tonight, that I want your ideas and questions. And we will have a town hall where we will just have a one-to-one, and nobody will sit at the back until all seats are taken. So each and every seat is taken from the sofa upwards, then only you can sit in the next seat. Please don't disperse like this, then it is not a good conversation. कोई वहाँ से बोलता है, कोई वहाँ से बोल रहा है, कह रहा है मैं इधर हूँ, मैं उधर हूँ. यहाँ सामने ही बैठ जाइए, इतने लोग हैं नहीं. तो कल हम ये discussion करेंगे. We will have this discussion. We will have from 9:30 until at least 12. So 2.5 hours. I want your ideas. I want your thoughts. I want your suggestions. We will take very good notes of this. I will also answer what I think if you want to ask me anything, so that we can use it as a one-to-one. I usually go to institutes but very less often. I can't go to all institutes. I've been to all of your institutions at least once, some more than once, some 3 times, some 4 times. But this is the time when most of you are here, or many institutes are here. So even if you are not the director, doesn't matter. You are a ICMR leader. For me, everybody who is here, whether you are a scientist or anybody else, you are a leader. And same thing is true for extramural. If they want to come, they can also bring in their suggestions, and we will be equally happy to discuss what ICMR can do for extramural institutions. So depending upon the audience, we will decide. Okay? Very good. That is for tomorrow. Now I give it to first Dr. Alka Sharma, and then Dr. Sangamitra Pati will close.
Thank you, sir. So this very interesting session, the research excellence as well as innovation one, the second one. So what actually, many things have already been covered, but it is a great satisfaction to see the innovation ecosystem now growing. And the thing that I wanted to say, but I thought I'll just waiting for my turn, is a end-to-end, which we could see in the innovation ecosystem, that spotlight, because somebody has something at initial stage, early stage development, but try to connect the dots and reach up to the last mile. And that is very difficult journey if you really see. And that, as sir mentioned, sir, the validation testing, it has been carefully, it has been selected. And that convey very right kind of message to the entire scientific community, that developing something in the lab innovation can reach up to the market, and that is a very clear message here. So end-to-end pipeline and that product development, technology development is the key. And that is something which is related to our national health priorities. It is related to our government scheme, Make in India, Startup India, and all the schemes that Government of India has initiated. And now we are seeing the fruits. And that's the beauty of this ecosystem. And that is something that all 7, 8 innovations which have been presented by them, the catch actually, if you really see, there's a bed to bench, farm to pharma, and these are kind of things, and also unmet needs. So these things are very, very important if you really see in the context of our national needs, and also the low resource settings, how to use that PSCs, and also then after that, because tier 1, tier 2 cities, we know our infrastructure that is still under development. So how to deploy these technologies there and take that to the end users. And that's the beauty of these all innovations which they all have presented. And congratulations to each one of you to reach to that level, because there are gaps. It's very difficult to complete that journey from that innovation from lab up to the, it's not commercialization, they will go further after approval. Now approval has already been taken, so commercialization will be done now, but at least that they are in a safer zone, they can go ahead for manufacturing, and that can be further taken up all technologies and products. So this is something I wanted to share with all of you, that is end-to-end, bed to bench, farm to pharma. These are the examples, and also it falls under Make in India initiative of Government of India, and also national health research priorities. So these are the things that I wanted to share with all of you. Thank you very much for coming here and presenting these in front of all the entire family of ICMR, and looking forward to many more such innovations from this group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alka, for having told most of the things that were to be said here. The whole day has been extremely inspiring, I'm sure, for each one of us, because the picture, the kaleidoscopic picture that all of us witnessed today, be it discovery science, or be it delivery science, be it product, be it innovation, it has completely transformed the image of ICMR. All of us would agree. And also it is not only about ICMR, it is also about the extended family of ICMR. I can see emeritus scientists, chairs, all wholeheartedly contributing, and also all our extramural grantees. So it's the whole ecosystem. To quote our DG sir, Indian Council of Medical Research is not the medical research that ICMR does, it's the whole country's medical research portfolio. And today's whole showcase, that showcases the whole medical research ecosystem of the country. I think as an Indian, each one of us must be feeling proud very much today. And I will not wait for the anchor to say, please give a big round of applause. I think all of you should naturally give a big round of applause. And also what we can, yesterday we had a meeting with DG ICAR, and he was saying that the most important thing, ICAR believes in convergence, but in ICMR we have already thought of convergence. The fact that two additional issues, intramural, extramural, sharing the same dais and echoing each one's thoughts shows that we are already converged, and we all think similarly and complementing each other. In fact, intramural research, extramural research are meant to be complementing each other and contributing and consolidating whole ICMR's research contribution. And this is the second edition. Dr. Sarita Nair and her team has again demonstrated what all of us have witnessed is teamwork. Teamwork is cross-cutting, what each one of us must agree that today's all the presentations have one cross-cutting theme. It's all about teamwork. And it's about doing research which is timely, which has translational value, and which can transform lives. Because science, which doesn't change life at the end of the day, is just pure science. It doesn't have a societal value. And we at ICMR believe strongly that research must be having some purpose, and today we have shown it, and tomorrow we do have, already sir has given homework, so I'm sure each one of you must be very eager to go back and start doing on the homework. But we do have a lovely snacks, and the snacks is again different what we had in lunch, because ICMR is also famous for its snacks, for its food, for its all hospitality. Thank you each one.
Thank you, wonderful.